I'll just give it a sec here to catch up. Evening, folks. I'm just getting stuff set up. Yeah. How's everyone doing tonight? Let me just make a couple posts here, and then we'll call it, and we'll jump in. I'm not looking at the chat right now, so give me one sec. Okay. Hello, 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 as everyone starts to roll in here. Let me make one more post. Oops, let's not do that. Let's get this. Hey folks, how's everyone doing? Okay. So, yeah, no index, nothing in the back. So, hi folks, I'm gonna get a couple things out of the way up front. I know we're starting to roll in here, so, books here, collector's edition right here. So we are all set. So, a couple things that I'm going to outline up front, and I may reiterate, so I apologize if this comes up again. Right now, it looks like we are in, let's see, where is stream health is good, stream settings, okay, edit, just want to see, all right. So I have slow mode enabled right now. Grippleys are in the book. All right, let me get ahead of this, okay? So, a couple things I'm gonna say up front about it. I will likely be repeating myself because if you've been to one of my live streams before, people will ask the same questions, and that's just how it is. So, first of all, Candlekeep Mysteries does not have an index, and it does not have any appendices, even though it is a book based on a library where other books are found that you can read. And just so you're aware, the last adventure or the second to last adventure in the book is called Alcazar's Appendix. So one of the books that you can read in the book without an appendix is an appendix. Okay. Some of them do have, there are little asterisks here in the table of contents that will have a couple of different things. If, so it has asterisks next to them, which I didn't realize. The asterisks describe new creatures described in the book. But even if you were to look at that, you can see by looking at it that they are not in like a section. They're not like the end of the adventure where you can flip to it. If I were to look at, say, the Joy of Extra-Dimensional Spaces, it'll tell me that a swarm of animated books is on page 19, a broom of animated attack is on page 20, and an animated chain library is on 24. However, it does not anywhere in here show you the new magic items. Those are 100% hunt and peck, find them for yourself. Okay, so that's that. To everybody who also had commented on it, yes, thank you for telling me that you're so glad you buy books digitally, and that's great, right? I do the same thing. I have D&D Beyond products, I pretty much D&D Beyond everything, so even though I have physical books. But there are people myself included for a lot of the time before I started using D&D Beyond, who would go out and buy a book like this, not for any of the adventures contained in it, but for the new monster stat blocks and the new magic items. And if you're doing that, you can't just easily flip to the back of the book to find your appendices. I also did a little bit of research. There is, I think, without including this book, there were 15 pre-written adventure modules released out there, including the anthologies like Ghosts of Salt Marsh and Tales from the Yawning Portal. 13 of those have an appendix at the back of each one that shows the new monsters and the new magic items. Dragon of Icespire Peak, the adventure from the Essentials Kit, has the new characters at a section at the end, not technically called an appendix, but it's at the end, and all the magic items there's nothing new, so they're all scattered throughout. Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus has some of the stat blocks at the end, all of the magic items in an appendices, and then some stat blocks scattered throughout, and Dungeon of the Mad Mage has all of the monsters at the end of the book, but all the magic items are scattered throughout. So it's just, we had consistency over 13 books. And it wasn't even like it was the most recent 3 books, including this one, that changed to no appendices. It was sporadic, so. Anyway, that's out of the way. So a couple other kind of housekeeping things that are going to happen here. We currently have 90 people here in the chat. This could blow up to a lot more. I don't know what it's going to end up like, but I will do my best. The reason slow mode is enabled in the chat is so that I can attempt to keep up with all the comments that you guys are going to make. So if you've never been to one of my live streams, I scroll up to the top and I start answering questions as I can, as fast as I can, going down. If someone asks a particularly lengthy question or that will require a particularly lengthy answer, then I will take the time to do that, but questions will fade and I'll have to scroll back and find them. The other side of it is YouTube is super laggy. There could be up to 5-10 minutes worth of lag, I feel like, in some cases, before you finally get, like, when I say something to by the time I get to read the chat. Another thing is I'm not really going to be sitting here holding the book up to the camera to show off different sections of the book. Like if I'm casually flipping through it and I might be like, oh yeah, here, take a look at that. But I'm not going to be like, here, let everybody get up close and read it. That's dumb. So I will do my best to answer questions. I have skimmed every single adventure. I have tracked down a handful of new magic items, and I've seen all the monster stat blocks. So that is, all of that is brought out up front. And the only other thing, it doesn't have to be, it won't necessarily be this way, but if people throw out super chats, which I'm not encouraging anybody to do, but if super chats do make their way into here and people do use that feature, I'll jump to those over the other ones just because I want to make sure I cover them when people, are essentially donating. So that is that. And hey, depending on how things go, we might get to watch that subscriber count roll to 69,420 live here on the internet. All right. That's all of that. I'm scrolling up to the top. We're going to start answering questions. All right. So, we talked about no index, no appendix. Are Grippleys in the book? Yes, the adventure Book of Cylinders does have Gripply in them. It's there's like a Gripply village, I think, is referenced, and there is a stat block for like Gripply. It is just for those of you who are unaware, Gripply are I think they were a Greyhawk. I thought they were a Greyhawk, but I think they might actually be Forgotten Realms. They're a frog. People, you can see them right there. They're not quite poison dart frogs like a grung, and they're not quite bullfrogs like a bullywug. I guess they're sort of tree frog-esque in nature, though they do have a tongue, like a long tongue ability. So, I guess that could be, that's not really typical frogs, but either way, they are in there. Did I read the adventures? Yes, enough to figure out like the general gist of all of them. Are the adventure one-shots, are all the adventures one-shots of a 4-hour or a 4-hour session? Yeah, they probably could be done in about 4 hours or so, depending on, you know, how you do it. I mean, guys, there's 16 or 17 of these things in here, and like, if I'm looking, it's like, on average, each adventure from start to finish, including stat blocks, is like averaging around 10 to 12 pages. I see some, this one looks like it's 15, this one looks like it's 8, this one is 12, this one is only 9 pages. So yeah, I'd say you're averaging around 10 to 12 pages per adventure. So even if it's jam-packed full of stuff, that many pages isn't going to be a very long adventure. How strong is the meta magic adept feat for arcane tricksters, eldritch knights? The ability to get a spell off and attack in the same round seems pretty strong. Yeah, it's not bad. And all the way, I will entertain questions not about Candlekeep mysteries. That's the main function, you know, the main function of this. But if people have questions about other stuff, I will answer those as well. I don't particularly love the meta magic adept feat myself, but a lot of people seem to like it. So if you try it, let me know how it is. How am I? I'm doing good, folks. I have a donut. I'm going to be a very unprofessional streamer. I'm going to eat some donut while I talk to you guys. It's an apple cider donut from a very good local bakery. Should get a whiteboard. That might be something we put in the studio. What's the Book of the Raven about? That's Chris Perkins' adventure. It is Vistani is the main focus. So if I were to give you a high-level description, it is a treasure map tucked inside a book beckons adventurers to a remote hilltop chalet occupied by a secret society that shuns visitors. Oh, I guess potentially spoiler alert, right? This whole thing is gonna, if you guys are asking questions about adventures and I'm gonna look at it, it's gonna be spoiled. So consider this a open spoiler alert for the rest of the live stream here. Let me just let's go ahead and do this real quick. And I'll just make a spoiler alert. So let's just go ahead and put that on, and we'll put that right here. Here. Okay, there. Now everybody's been warned. It's on the stream. Nobody can say that. The Book of the Raven is about were-ravens. That secret society we were just talking about are were-ravens. And they actually do have, they reference, you know, if you are a were-raven, like what your lycanthropic-based abilities are in the book, as opposed to like the other lycanthropes in the monster manual. How is the artwork? Are there maps with each quest? I don't know if there is necessarily one with each quest, but I do like the art. There's some nice like Candlekeep map art. And in the back of the book is a big perforated pull-out Candlekeep map, which is nice. So I like that. The maps are in like a sepia. So they kind of went, they kind of split the difference. I don't know if you can see that, but it's like a greenish, brownish, almost like sepia tone, the maps, but they are more of the traditional D&D maps. Like if you recall the old school adventures, like old school, but like Hoard of the Dragon Queen and like Out of the Abyss and all those were like fully illustrated color maps, and they changed over to like the more simplistic maps. So they are like that. So a lot of them do have maps. I don't think some of them are more like hand-drawn maps, right? Like that. But yeah. Why do you think they did this? Oh, I'm assuming you're talking about the appendices. I was gonna say that it's because they probably wanted to cut down on printing costs, and if you include them in there, it saves space. But then I looked back, and they did appendices at the end for Ghosts of Saltmarsh and Tales from the Yawning Portal, and those were all adventure anthologies, so I don't have an answer for you. Okay, scrolling down. Sepia tone on the maps. Are there confirmed tools in that book that a DM can learn how to run their own mystery adventures, and how practical is that advice? Huh, that's a good question, sir. Or madam. No, I don't think there is. Using the adventures, dissecting the adventures, about the Forgotten Realms, and then all about Candlekeep. Yeah, there really isn't like a how to run a mystery adventure. And I mean, like, those other sections are very small. Yeah, it really doesn't give you much about how. There's a little bit at the beginning about how to run it in other realms other than Faerun. Oh, I should read the disclaimer, right? Everybody loves the disclaimer. So for the standard edition cover, it is Clint Kearley gives us a glimpse of two adventurers trying to solve one of Candlekeep's great mysteries, unaware of the danger looming behind them. And then this special edition one says, Simon Meyer's cover incorporates the symbol of Candlekeep and various creatures into its design, creating what looks like a book one might find in the library's vault. Those are the descriptions, and then the disclaimer is, this book has been compiled by the Avowed of Candlekeep in accordance with the wishes of the late Alawando the Seer, whose prophecies foreshadow all events of consequence in the Forgotten Realms. Alawando warned that anyone who unravels all the mysteries of this tome will be hunted down by the time dragons of Chronepsis, tossed into the gaping maw of Dendar the Night Serpent, and cast into the vortex of ineffable damnation. Ha ha, what a sense of humor, that Alawando, rather. Nice to see Chronepsis getting a reference. Chronepsis is the dragon god of time, or dragon god of death. I'm a big fan, so that's cool to see that in print. Anything? Oh, I look at that, answering the next questions. Any notes on converting the adventures other than Eberron? It basically is literally 3 bullet points. On the world of Exandria, it could be in the Soltris Academy in Rexentrim, or the Cobalt Reserve in Westruun. On Eberron, it could be the Library of Korenberg in the nation of Zalargo, the University of Wynarn's Library in the nation of Ondar, or Morgrave's University in the city of Sharn. And on the world of Oerth, the Great Library in the Great Free City, or in the Free City of Greyhawk. That's what you got. That's literally it. That's just those 3 bullets telling you put it in another location. That's it. How is the Candlekeep section? Does it describe the area well? Yeah, it's actually pretty good. I'm going to give the Candlekeep section a thumbs up. So it has a little bit about entering into the Candlekeep, getting in, and how that whole process works. And then it has a little section on getting a guide to take you through Candlekeep, and there's a table with 8 different sort of guides that you can get from a variety of different things. I also really like that the one tiefling in here, it is Irony, is the name of the tiefling. 15-year-old tiefling scribe who follows the rules, never steals or lies, and aspires to be the keeper of the tomes. We have a little bit about the defenses and magical wards surrounding Candlekeep, preventing theft, protecting strange magic, and fire suppression for the books. We have different rules, kind of the orders: no fighting, no stealing, no copying, no damaging, marking, or otherwise hurting the books. We have 2 new stat blocks for a sage and a master sage. They're basically just wizards, but wizards with pretty much proficiency in all of the intelligence-based skills. And then we have sort of the tiers of the different people, of the different rankings, I guess, in Candlekeep. Right? First reader, great reader, master reader, chanter, gate warden. Then we have, like I said, there's this map, and I think this map is what the big perforated map is. It's just a big version of this, and it describes essentially the different sections within Candlekeep: House of Rest, the Hearth, the Court of Air, and so on. And then it kind of gives you a little bit of interesting information about each section: the Emerald Door and the House of the Binder, where you can get clothes in there, the smiths in there, all sorts of stuff, copying spell books and things of that nature. There's a Temple of Ogma in there. There's also a whole little interesting thing about an ogre named Little One, who's like got a headband of intellect, and he's super smart and nice, and he's got a whole little story behind him. We got the Inner Ward, a section on extra dimensional spaces, a section on the Modrons that work there. My favorite part is beneath Candlekeep, and they have Miram, the Ghost Dragon, right here, and a full stat block for the Ghost Dragon. And that's pretty much it. Then you dive into the adventures. And if you don't know, Miram is, I think, possibly the only Ghost Dragon in existence. I might be wrong, but was actually a silver dragon that was bound into service by a great wizard of Candlekeep, and somehow, for whatever reason, after the wizard died, the protection spell persisted, so the dragon is compelled to protect the books even in undeath, which is kind of cool. How many... Oops, scrolling back up. Okay. Oh boy. How many new monsters? That I can get you from the little asterisks in the front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, it's not new. They're just monsters in here because I see Meanlocks and Were-Ravens, and I think the Broom of Animated Attack. I think those are all contained in other books. And Sages might also be. So let me go over the ones I can confirm are definitely new. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, I think about 20 new monsters from the looks of it. And some of those are NPCs, not actual monsters. From what you've seen, what do I think is my favorite adventure from the book? The Book of Inner Alchemy, I think, is probably my favorite one because it is very much a kung fu adventure, and that speaks to me on a very deep level. I like the Canopic Being because I like the ties to ancient Egypt. Just trying to think which other ones I enjoyed. I like one of the monsters in the lore of LaRue. That was a really interesting monster. That's something I've used in my own campaign, so now I have like official stat blocks, so I enjoyed that. And I like the Book of Cylinders, because that takes place in like olden times of Faerun and also introduces the Gripply, which are frog people. Does it have a title page? How about footnotes? I gotta have good footnote. No! No footnotes. Nope. That's a very interesting choice for a book based on libraries. What are the new monsters? Okay, I'll read them. Sure, you want me to? I'll give you the names. You guys can correct me. I can't remember if Sage and Master Sage are new. We've got Miram, the Ghost Dragon I was just telling you about, a swarm of animated books and an animated chain library, a Gingwatsum, Shemsheim. I think Naiads exist in in Theros, I believe, or in Ravnica. Gripply, a corrupted avatar of LaRue, a Skitter Widget and a Kitty Widget. I think a Cloud Giant Ghost is new, so the Constructed Commoner and Errant Quill. Steel Crane, the Immortal Lotus Adept, Jade Tigress, and Bach May. The Canopic Golem, Nintra Sayada, the Storm Giant Skeleton, and the Lichen Lich. Those are the new monsters. Are there adventure... Oh, our adventures... Okay, single, example 5, 6, or multiple. No, they're all single level, the adventures. So I'll give you that, right? I'll give you the... How about I give you this? I'll go in order from the top. The first adventure to the last, and I'll go in level order, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So the final adventure is designed for level 16 characters. Uncle Rose Chinese Delivery. No, it's Uncle Iroh's Delectable Tea or Deadly Poison. That's the shirt. That's just I have a shirt on over it, so you can't see that. Are there any adventures that have no combat? I can't actually speak to that. I know most of them have stat blocks. I think some of them could be run with no combat, based on from what I can tell. But I think there's a little bit of combat in each. Do I have a favorite and a least favorite adventure? Well, my favorite is definitely, like I said, I'm leaning towards the Book of Inner Alchemy, because it's like it's a very much a monk-based thing, and a kung fu adventure. And I'm not like the first one, the Joy of Extra Dimensional Spaces, is just it's a level 1 adventure, so you can't do much with that. So that's probably my least favorite. Is it good? Hard to tell, Andrew, Xavier. I mean, I think so. I mean, it's a new D&D book. It seems to have the magic items that I did see are pretty solid, and the monster stat blocks are pretty good. But I don't really have the luxury of time to run a whole bunch of one-shots. So, like, yeah, I might pull this out of my archive when I need to run a library-based adventure. The rare times that ends up happening. So, I'm not. Would it be if I was only going to be able to purchase one D&D book this year? Would this be the purchase I'd make? Absolutely not. But I'm able to, so I would. Are the magic poster map? How does it look? I don't know. Let's find out. Try to take this out here without totally. Okay, poster map. This is a big disappointment. You could have made this double-sided. But it is a map of Candlekeep. So that's your poster map. Favorite new magic item? Well, we said spoiler alert, right? So I guess we can just dive right into that then. It's from that Book of Inner Alchemy story. Just get there. Yeah. All right, ready for my favorite new magic item? Are the Gloves of Soul Catching. They are a legendary attunement magic item. They are just attunement. They don't require attunement by a monk, which I do think is a travesty in this respect. But your Constitution score is 20 while you wear these gloves. That doesn't do anything if your Constitution score is already above 20. And after making a successful unarmed strike while wearing these gloves, you can use the gloves to deal an extra 2d10 force damage to the target and regain a number of hit points equal to the force damage dealt. Alternatively, instead of regaining hit points, you can choose to gain advantage on one attack roll, ability check, or saving throw you make before the end of your next turn. So there you go. Are there any crabs in the adventure? I don't think oh wait, I think I did see a crab somewhere in one of these books. There is crabs. I know that. There is definitely the presence of crabs somewhere in one of these. It is Book of Cylinders, the one that has the Gripply in it. I see 1d4 plus 2 giant crabs in a section called Running the Crab Maze. So, there you go. Donut. Cool. Do you have a favorite adventure? Yep. Definitely going to be Tale of Inner Alchemy. Donut time. What's my favorite new monster? Well, you're not designed to fight her, but it's the undead ghost silver dragon. Let's see here. I'm scrolling back up, checking out more stuff. first live stream. Thank you, Adam K. Welcome. How mysterious are the mysteries? Are they genuinely mysterious mystery adventures? I feel like it's probably more the latter. A little bit of mystery. Again, I didn't really read through them fully, so I can't speak to that 100%. And as much fun as it would be to have me literally read a book to you, one, I think that technically breaks copyright. I could be wrong. But, yeah, it's, there's definitely, I can see from what I have read where there would be, some, like, twists and turns. But, I don't know. I think it's kind of hard to capture something as abstract as mystery in these adventures. It really depends on the DM. When you reach that part, please check if there are new magic items. No, that was basically the one I just described there, was the inner alchemy, that legendary magic item. The adventures come with party size, level adjustments. If so, do they provide a way to scale? No, there's nothing about scaling. It's just the adventure. There's that level, that chart. So basically right at the beginning of the second, right after the table of contents, I think, is a table here. And this table lists the name of the adventure, the level, and then a brief description. And then when you roll into the adventure, it's just the adventure. There's no like scalability of play, none of that. Any criticism other than what I've already gone with? Not much. Highest challenge rating monster. I'll check, but Miram, the undead ghost dragon, is a challenge rating 22. Yep, she's the highest. Second highest would be the Lichen Lich at challenge rating 18. Talking about appendixes, My Princess of the Apocalypse has Genasi in Appendix A. It doesn't have Aarakocra, mind you. Yeah, but the the player's elemental guide to Elemental Evil Player's Companion was a free PDF that Wizards released on the internet that had both Genasi and Aarakocra in it. Favorite part? It's definitely, I think it's honestly probably just the undead dragon, the whole thing. Right? I like the, like I said, the Book of Internal Alchemy, because I like the Kung Fu adventure vibes and the Mortal Lotus monks, and you can make this awesome soul-catching gloves, which is pretty cool. But I like the Days of Thunder adventure with the Books of Cylinder, whatever it is called, because it has some cool items in it as well. Is Dognuts still in the book? No, I didn't see Dognuts in the book. So I looked for Dognuts under the list of named, that was Candlekeep Deconstruction, was that adventure. And I looked through the adventure very quickly, but there's a section that talks about like NPCs. And I thought it would have been one of those, right? Because the names are like Cow Cotton, Donkey Biscuit, Goat Beet, Sheep Sweet Corn. And I thought like that would have been where they were, but there's no Dognuts there. I see somebody named Stonky. Rooster Muffin. I don't see Dognuts anywhere. Stonky Nop Topper. Stonky and Friends. Yeah, I'm looking. I don't see Dognuts anywhere, so I think that might have been a sacrifice that had to be made. And Dognuts did not make it to the final section. How would you say this is for a first-time DM? I think it's fine. You don't really need to necessarily be aware of Candlekeep and have the knowledge of the lore or any of that kind of stuff. It's essentially a collection of one-shots, right? Tons of people have made these. The DM's Guild is full of them. Kobold Press has done them. Nerdarchy's done them. A whole bunch of people have done like just one-shot collections. And it's essentially what this is. Wizards of the Coast has done it too with Ghost of Saltmarsh and Tales from the Yawning Portal. Though I will say, from what I can tell, in my opinion, Ghosts of Saltmarsh and Tales from the Yawning Portal seem like the adventures were longer, where these seem very much one-shots. From 1 to 10, is there enough new content to use in a game of your own, or is it worth getting if you plan to use these mysteries? Hang on. Well, I mean, let's see. There's an adventure for level 1, 2, 3, 2 for level 4, and then 1 for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So, in theory, I don't think they actually state giving XP, right? Because we've kind of moved away from, not everybody has, but I feel like the general public has moved away from XP as a means of leveling up. I was just trying to see if it said something like the characters level up. It does not have that. So it's possible you could do that way and run each one to kind of boost the party up. But depending on, again, the fact that some of these adventures are like 9 pages long, is that enough content to level you up from 5 to 6? I don't know. How to compare this to other books? If you're talking about like other campaign settings, or not campaign settings, adventure modules, it's okay, but I like a more cohesive thing rather than like a series of one-shots. I remember you mentioned that Genazi weren't in the main POTA book, but in a player supplement. Is that just for digital copy, or is Genazi also in your hard copy? It is. No, it is in the Genazi's in the Princess of the Apocalypse book. I just always forget that it's in there, but it's mostly in the Elemental Evil Player's Companion. Could I talk about the Spelljammer part? It's not really like I can talk about it. It's not much though, so don't get your hopes up. It was that Candlekeep deconstruction one had some references to Spelljammer, I think, like maybe. Let's see. Let's see. I think this is basically there's a ship. I think what I'm reading here is this is the ship. It says navigation notes. A slip of paper is tucked into a notebook, and it has a bunch of sequences of numbers determined. Oh, under the barn door. Here it says rocket boosters, right? Yeah, okay. So it looks like under this barn in this level is basically like a rocket. 4-section rocket engine is attached to the underside of the tower. Above this area protrudes down through the ceiling. The embers falling from the rocket fill the area with bright orange light. So that's, I think, it. There's literal like a spaceship. I see a console. Oh yeah. Stonky's plots. No one can take credit for building the rocket ship, but he takes great pride in having it operational once more. Once the countdown reaches 0, whoosh, he also divulges the only way to abort the launch once the countdown has begun is to shift the lever in the tower observatory, and he has placed a spell on the lever to keep others from tampering with it. So it looks like he's trying to take off into space. And I mean, the art says blast off, and it has a tower of Candlekeep rocketing into the sky. So, let's see. The characters launch. When that happens, the entire tower flies into the sky, leaves behind a cloud of dust. Any creature clinging to the outside are shaken off, while those inside are borne upward at phenomenal speeds. Creatures in the tower that are not tied down when it launches take damage. If its trajectory is altered enough to prevent it from reaching outer space, it crashes. If characters who were inside it for the launch and have come along with the ride, you can now decide what measures you might take to return them to the world, from reprogramming the tower's controls and the rocket engines to having a scroll of teleportation found amid his stuff. If Stonky and his cultists take off alone, the tower supply of rations keeps them fed for a year, after which they turn to cannibalism. Well, there you go. Spelljammer. Best you're gonna get, I think. Any mentions of the Farum in the Anarok adventure? There might be, but they're not. They don't have a stat block for them. Which one was the Anorak? Is it this one? What is this one? Zephrin's Kieran Tome. I didn't see any reference. Like I said, I know there's not a Ferrum stat block, so I wouldn't count on it. I have to dig a little deeper. Are the adventures simple to run, and is the information presented in a straightforward way? I often find that the appendix gets in the way of simplicity. Yeah, they seem like they're pretty straightforward. Again, there's not a lot of content, so it should be easy to streamline. Thanks. Thank you, Nathan. It's basically just confirmed Exandria to be part of the canon universe. It is. It is a canon section. I mean, it has a book in 5th edition, so Exandria is part of the canonical D&D universe as of the release of World Explorer's Guide to Wildmount. Is there a stat block for time dragons? Not in 5th edition. You look back at the deity and demigod books and stuff from older editions, you'll find it. Yeah, that's it. The section about the libraries at the beginning. That's all there is. No subclasses or feats. Can I provide any details on our stat block? Sure. So Miram is essentially an ancient silver dragon, but then also a ghost. So everything you'd expect an ancient silver dragon to have, cold breath, paralyzing breath, all that stuff, has it. But then also has ghosty things. Has a necrotic breath as well. Has ghostly-like resistances, right? So acid, fire, lightning, thunder. Ghostly and silver dragon immunities. Cold, necrotic, and poison. Almost all condition immunities as a ghost. Regens 40 hit points a turn. If she takes damage from a magic weapon or a spell, it doesn't function till the start of her next turn. She can go incorporeal. She has legendary resistances and legendary actions as per legendary dragon. She has X-ray vision and can see through solid objects and solid matter, which is pretty sweet. Frightful presence, and she also has spellcasting. Dancing lights and mage hand at will. Detect magic, detect thoughts, dispel magic, and locate creature 3 times a day, and dispel evil and good, and wall of force once a day each. What parts would I like to see expanded upon more? Candlekeep in general. I would like to... I'm okay with a book on just Candlekeep, and that's the whole book. It doesn't need to have adventures in it. I want lore books. It doesn't have to necessarily be about the Forgotten Realms. It could be about anything, but I want more information, I guess. Would you recommend picking up this book? If it's a choice between this and something like Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, then there's a no-brainer. Go with Tasha's. If you're only going to be able to get one book in the next couple months, I'd say wait for Ravenloft over this book, personally. But if you're starving for adventures, then I'd say go with it. Anything about the Imascari in the book? Man, you know what would be great? An index, so I could look up Imascari. Tell you. But I don't have one of those. Well, there's no stat blocks for Imascari in here. I can tell you that much. So, without flipping through the entire book cover to cover, I'm not going to be able to tell you that off the top of my head. Oh, super professional, I know. These look to be all new adventures, not reprints. No new character options. Sounds like a birthday Christmas book. Accurate. About 20 monsters. Magic items. We can take that journey later. I know of at least 4. I think there's more than that, but we have to literally sift through every adventure to find out. Cylinders has crabs, yep. Cylinders is a really good one. So the Were-Raven stat blocks they exist in Curse of Strahd. So you can go see them there. You don't need to get this book to see that. The art for that is fantastic. Yeah, I think it's exactly the same, the stat block. But it just tells you that basically if you get infected with lycanthropy from a Were-Raven, it makes your dexterity 15. Attacks and damage rolls for the beak, use strength or dex. If it's in a Raven form, it does 1 piercing damage. And if plus no ability modifier. And if they're in hybrid form, it does a d4 piercing plus their ability modifier. And the peck in the hybrid form carries Were-Raven lycanthropy. But I like the art. Art's pretty nice. Is there any obelisks like the ones that appeared in the other adventures? I don't think so. I didn't see anything. And especially because they kind of did the whole genesis of the obelisks with Rime of the Frost Maiden. They explain what they do. So I figure they're probably done with the obelisks for now. Are there any new beasts for druids? I don't think so. Unless... Let's see. Shadow Shine. Oh, he's an undead. I think the Kitter widgets and the kitty widgets and the skitter widgets are constructs. Yep. So no new beasts. What's the legendary monk item? I did that already. Anything happening under Candlekeep? Just Miram, the undead dragon. Is Traxagor the otter wizard from Baldur's Gate in the book? I didn't see him, and that would be art they would put in there. Right? I'm looking at the great readers section, see if he's like specifically called out. Get a Gith, a tiefling, a human. Born humans, a dragonborn. They've got a dwarf, human, dragonborn. I like that the first reader, his name is Bookworm, like book dragonworm, W-Y-R-M, and he's a dragonborn. I don't love dragonborn, but the fact that his name is Bookworm, spelled like that, I think is fantastic. It's not his real name, but I really like it. Yeah, I'll just look around, see if I see any other names. They do have 13 Modrons that work there, that have escaped a Mechanist. That's a cool little thing. They mention about the echoes of the Alawando prophecy. Yeah. The Book of the Raven, any good? No, I don't go with Traxagor. I didn't see anything about Traxagor, so don't count on that. The reason they didn't include Lord Soth in the new Ravenloft book is because they don't own the rights to him or something. We don't know that Lord Soth's not in Ravenloft. He might be. I feel like that's a point enough that you would have probably mentioned that up front, but it's still possible. So I'm gonna hold out and hope that he is. Book of the Raven, is it any good? I think so. I mean, it's a Perkins adventure, which depends on, your thoughts on Chris Perkins, I guess. But it's Vistani, which is cool. I thought it was gonna be like have more stuff, like more Vistani based things. But yeah, it's a Shadowfell too, right? You go to the Shadowfell, I think. Also, a kindness is what a group of were-ravens call themselves as well. So that's kind of cool. But it kind of makes sense, right? Given the kindness of ravens is the term. And it's just like a spooky house adventure. There's an Orcus figurine that makes a couple, makes an appearance and has some cool powers. Just trying to see if there's anything else of interest in here as far as magic items go. Nope. Okay. No new beasts. Are the books set in Candlekeep able to be adapted? Definitely. You can adapt them anywhere if you needed to. Do you think there will be spoilers? Yes, I think there will be. How well do you think Candlekeep can be reflavored into a university? Very easily. Probably need to scale down the size and the amount of warrior monks that are there, but you could probably make it work. Are any of the adventures decent campaign starters? Yeah, I think any of them, any of the lower level ones, depending on where you are in your campaign, what you're starting at, could be a great kicking off point. Is the cool art of Miriam? Yeah, there is. That's it though. It's like her being a spooky ghost peeking through a hallway, but it's still cool. I like it. My favorite art piece in the book. I like that Miriam art piece I just showed you guys. Thought that was pretty good. I like the Were-Raven one. I showed you that. I really like the three sisters, like the elf sisters who run the day spa in the day spa adventure. Let me find that. I like this one a lot. I really like that one. No new beasts for druids yet again. Oh, something I will ask. It's probably a little bit late for this. But if anyone wants to be super awesome and keep track of timestamps of when I answer these questions, that'd be awesome. That way I can post that after the fact when the video goes up on YouTube. That way people can want to look at specific things. Can do that. Any juicy details you like from Zikrin's Zephyrian Tome or the Scrivener's Tales? Okay, so two specific questions. Let's skip ahead a little bit here. Zikrin's Zephyrian Tome. Well, I like that Zikrin's Zephyrian Tome has a bronze dragon. And, I think, is it? I like the art too, where she's got like flowers on her head. This bronze dragon. That's kind of cool. There's kobolds in that adventure as well. So that wins for me. And it has iron bands of Bolero in it, which are one of my personal favorite magic items. So that's pretty sweet. Would you like a Greyhawk book? Yeah, I'd be down for that. I mean, I'm always down for any... I love options, guys. Anything you can do to give me more options, I'm in. Why do you want more lore? I feel like the existing lore is pretty vast to the point of contradiction. Well, the problem that I have with the lore is there's a ton of lore, but only certain bits of lore have been updated to 5th edition. And because of that, you don't know what to believe. Like, you know, if you look at, there's a ton of 3rd edition stuff and probably a bunch of 4th edition stuff. But then they released like little tiny bits of stuff for 5e, and it's just like, well, this directly contradicts what we last heard. What do I take as canon? And yeah, I know you can just make it up, but I like to know what's up, you know, what's going on at the moment. Can you run a 1 to 10 campaign with this book only? It looks like you probably could. You might need to supplement in between with some random encounters, because I don't know if the adventures here are enough to get you from level 1 to 2 or 3 to 4 or so on. Did you suggest Watley doesn't have an appendix? No, I didn't. Well, here's the thing. Even if you're not going to include an appendix or an index, release a free PDF, right? We're not asking you to release the whole book in PDF, although a ton of people are. I'm not saying that. I'm saying release a free to download PDF that is an index or an appendices. You already have all the stuff. You just need to rearrange it and compile it together in one section. And if you were to do that, everybody wins. People who don't like having appendices don't need to download it, and people who do can. This is a apple cider donut from a local bakery. What are the Sage NPCs like? They're just basically, they're wizards with all intelligence skill proficiencies. Any news about the WizKids adult green dragon? I have not heard anything yet. If I do, I'll let you know. Is this book worth purchasing? As I said, that really depends on, I don't want to say like the financial situation, but like if you like collecting books and you like having D&D books on your collection to expand it, then get it, right? If you like getting cool custom edition covers and things like that and having that limited edition feel, if that makes you feel good having that kind of stuff, get it. If you need 17 random encounters that you can pull out for like little one-shot adventures here and there, then get it. But if this is do I buy this book or this other book and I can only choose one? Depending on what your other option is, I'm going to say go with the other book, right? If your other book is I can get either this or Xanathar's Guide, or I could get this and Tasha's Cauldron, then I would always go for the other options over this. If my options are get this or get Ravenloft, I'm going to say get Ravenloft. Or wait for whatever the other two books that are coming out later in the year are. How are they tailoring high-level mysteries when characters will most likely have high investigation or perception? I don't have a good answer for you because I didn't really read too deeply into each one to see how they're handling the mystery part of it. And I don't have a good answer for you, unfortunately. I didn't sit down and read the book cover to cover. What can we expect on the book besides Candlekeep, monsters, and magic items? There is 20 new monsters and an undetermined amount of new magic items. What is on page 69? Excellent question. Let us find out. On page 69, there is an undead monster called Shemshime, who is the titular character from Shemshime's bedtime rhyme. Missed to scroll. Okay. How's the map? Good. We went through that before. How does the Lichen Lich differ from the standard Lich in the monster manual? Okay. Well, it's got a lot of Lichen on it. So I'm looking at it on the base. It looks to be the same as far as resistances, and it has a, rather than like a whatever the Lich has, like a necrotic touch or something, this has a poisonous touch. It has reach, a 10-foot reach, but it does poison damage. They make a con save or be poisoned. It has Wither, which does necrotic damage to range. It can cast let's see, it has Firestorm once a day. It can cast the Firestorm spell and the following other spells. Druidcraft at will, 3 times per day, detect magic, fog cloud, pass without trace. And then once a day, anti-life shell, dispel magic, speak with plants, and transport via plants. So it's basically a druid lich, essentially. And then it has legendary actions, yeah. So it's basically more based on a druid than it is on like a wizard or a traditional lich. Among the stories, is there a whimsical one in this fairy tale setting? Yes, there is. It is, I think it's the LaRue one. Adventurers become immersed in a storybook conflict involving LaRue, the Unicorn Queen, and Malar, the Beast Lord. Yeah, so that's an 8th level adventure. It's basically, I think that's the one where it's a fairy tale. Like a grim fairy tale. Did you already talk about Hume's adventure? Interested in that about the Temple of Sune? No, I didn't read through it. That's the where is it? Wow, why is it so hard to find? That's the one. Oh, The Price of Beauty. That's what it is. Which is all about the that's the one I showed the art of. That is the sort of, you go to the spa day. He said something about a temple of Sune. This is, I guess, the temple of the restful lily. The high forest southeast of Silvery Moon. The Price of Beauty, Silvari's silver song after visions bestowed by Sune led her to a hot spring infused with fey magic. 10 years ago, well, I don't know how much we want to spoil here, but stuff happens. Took it over. It consists of 3 buildings. Let's see, a private tower, a main bathhouse, and like a servant's quarters here. Shrine, tower, and then the main house. I covered the Lichen Lich. What do you think about a Greyhawk book? I'm down for it. Is there any Candlekeep as a setting information? Very little, but in the front there's about like 10-15 pages. Do you think you're able to put some of these in Hoard of the Dragon Queen? You absolutely could. You definitely could fit these in Hoard of the Dragon Queen. You could make a trip to Candlekeep and it would be well within the realm of a thing you could do, especially in the early sections of Hoard of the Dragon Queen where you're further south. Candlekeep's not that far of a trek. What Spelljammer things are in the book? There's a rocket, like a spaceship rocket in the one thing. So that's about the best that I found. Apparently, yeah, druids can be. I don't see any why everybody thinks it has to be an arcane caster that can be a lich. What was I gonna say? I mean, mind flayers can become liches, and they don't even really cast spells, right? I don't know, Litholich. I know this is not related to Candlekeep, but what D&D podcast would you recommend? I already listened to Critical Role or Crit Sandwich. I feel like a jerk because I don't listen to podcasts. I just don't have time. You know what? Honestly, I listen to more stuff when I used to have to go into work because I would just do that on my commute, right? That would be 3 hours in a car every day or 2 hours in a car every day, whatever it was, where I could just listen to things. I used to do audiobooks primarily. I have friends who love like Dungeons and Daddies, but the way they describe it to me, it would frustrate me because they don't really play D&D. They kind of play like their own version of it. I have friends, the Venture Maidens, right? They just hit episode 100, so there's 100 episodes of that show out there. Taking Initiative is another one run by friends. This guy Jordan with a silent PH in the middle, I don't know where he stands with uploading episodes, but he made a podcast of this really great campaign called The Rod of Seven Parts, which was an updated 2nd edition module to 5th edition. And there's a character in there, Lagwin. I think you guys will like him. For what adventures set in Candlekeep itself, how difficult might it be to move them to another location if Candlekeep isn't in my homebrew setting? I think it's going to be relatively easy to transport it. I'll have to make changes, right, accordingly, but I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. Will I do a video on each adventure? Probably not. Realistically, I'll probably do a video covering the new magic items and a video covering the new monsters and like a high level discussion about like, we guys have already gotten here what my favorite adventure is. But they're long, honestly. Adventure, like books covering adventure modules, they're long. And they usually they don't do well analytics wise because people don't care. And then majority of people don't want to know about the adventure because they either want to play it or they're not a DM. And it's a bummer, I know, but it's just how it is. So, oops, okay. Oh, you're asking if I want to make a Greyhawk book myself? Oh man, I don't have time to write a book. But yeah, I mean, that would be cool. But I just don't have the bandwidth to do that. Any cool stuff I like in the Scrivener's Tale? Well, let's go to the Scrivener's Tale and find out. Let us see. Tales of Revenge, Assessing the Mark. Oh, well, there's this Scrivener's Mark here, which looks like it's a thing you can get marked with, and it gives you a benefit and a drawback. For example, the first one is you can speak, read, and write Sylvan, and magic can't put you to sleep, but you no longer cast a reflection or a shadow. So that's cool. I like the concept of that. I don't really know too much about it. Let's see. Mysterious Dream. Go to Baldur's Gate. Serving the Queen of Air or Darkness. Marked for Death. Each wizard has a ring. There's some stuff here on Baldur's Gate. Voices of the Princess. I realize I'm just reading random sections of this adventure, but I'm just trying to see if there's anything that really catches my eye. Not seeing that's anything that's like super jumping out at me right now. There's a dragon, apparently, which is cool. And a robe of eyes, which is also cool. Oh, there's a Fae Nintra Sayada, Princess of the Shadow Glass. Okay, she's pretty cool. I'm on board for that. So that's my favorite part of that adventure. Yeah. Oh, well, you were thinking like a werewolf lich. Yeah, Lycan like the mold. Any tips on getting a review copy? Find the PR person and make a case. We did the disclaimer. It's all about Alawando's prophecy, which is cool. And it mentions the time dragons of Chronepsis, which is also very cool. How was Amy Vorpal's adventure? It's kind of goofy, but in the best way. You'd love it, actually, Jordan. I could tell. Because it's just like the characters are kind of silly, but in a fun way. And it's all about this like crazy gnome and his cultists that want to activate the tower rocket and fly it into space. And you know, it seems like it's basically like the beginning of it is trying to figure out how to the launch sequence and how to get that going. And then eventually, and there's you know, skitter widgets and kitty widgets in it, which are basically construct creatures that are pretty cool. They're cute looking. Look at these guys. They're kind of cute. I like them a lot. They don't do anything crazy. They're not like a, you know, anything to write home about as far as a. They're like, from what I can tell, they seem to be like gremlins. Like they would dismantle your ship. But yeah, there's a ring of telekinesis in this adventure. What was the most unexpected ending or twist? Even you know, I don't know. Did I discover any insinuations about future source books? You are good at this. Yeah, I have to read through it, everything. There is a couple mentions of Shadowfell, right? And there's the Book of the Raven, which has Vistani, which I would have used as a leverage to say maybe a Ravenloft book is coming, but now we know if that's coming. So, yes, Eberron does have cleric glitches. I forget what they're called, but those do exist. Oh, thanks, guys. I appreciate the sentiments. Any cool or interesting magic items? We covered the what's it called? We covered the special magic like gloves that allow gloves of soul stealing or whatever they are. They're sort of like a super awesome monk weapon that allows you to like punch people and heal yourself, which is pretty cool. There's another one. There's actually one in the Book of Cylinders that has this one. This is another one I really like. Serpent Scale Armor. The suit of magic armor is made from shimmering scales. You ready for this? While wearing it, you can apply your full dexterity modifier instead of the maximum of +2 when determining your armor class. In addition, this armor does not impose disadvantage on your dexterity stealth checks. So as a reminder, folks, scale mail is 14. AC plus is 14. So if you have a 20 dexterity, this could give you a 19 dex with just the armor and no disadvantage on stealth checks. And it's uncommon non-attunement scale mail. And right next to it, I'll read it because it's right next to it, is the Serpent's Fang Longsword. This single-edged magic sword is made from the scrimshawed fang of a giant serpent. Its hilt changes shape to adjust to the grasp of any creature that picks it up. This weapon deals an extra d10 poison damage to any target it hits. Realmsmith, given the February 2021 job reports today, how well do you expect Candlekeep Mysteries to sell? I don't know. I don't think it's going to sell as well as the Ravenloft book. I'll be honest. I really don't. But yeah. Do I have any campaigns online that I DM? Yeah, I DM a campaign on Twitch every Tuesday night. Well, 3 out of the 4 weeks of the month. We just closed episode 114 of this campaign. The first 49 episodes are here on the Nerd Immersion channel. There are a ton of campaigns. I have thousands upon thousands of hours of content for campaign stuff if you want. And I have an entire secondary channel called Nerd Immersion Plays where you can watch even more stuff. So I'll just show this real quick because I'll jump over here because I just feel like it comes up often enough that people don't know about it that I want to make it a point. So let's go here. All right. So to this point, I go over here and I click on the Nerd Immersion. This is the Nerd Immersion YouTube channel. And I click playlists. You can see I have a ton of playlists on the channel here. But if you scroll down and go back a little bit, look at this, right? We've got Lost Minds of Phandelver. We got a Jake game. We got my original homebrew campaign here. We can scroll up a little bit. We can see Out of the Abyss. We got 24-hour extra life streams. Horde of the Dragon Queen. Curse of Strahd Season 1. Curse of Strahd Season 2. Storm King's Thunder. This was a short-lived one. Here's Tomb of Annihilation. Princes of the Apocalypse. I don't know why. Oh, I separated Lost Minds of Phandelver out there. Here's our Evil campaign. Here's my homebrew campaign. Here's Rise of Tiamat. I think that's it that's on here. There's obviously a ton of other convention stuff. Mistress of Modules is a series of one-shots. Glitter Hearts was a magical transforming girl RPG that my friend wrote that we played for that. There's a couple of random one-shots. And if you were to go to see the channel section, you'd see cool people that you should follow. But if you scroll down to Friends of the Channel and click on Nerd Immersion Plays, you can go over here and see all of my gameplay stuff. And there's even more. All right, the rest of these campaigns, the whole Rod of 7 Parts campaign, continuing adventures, and one-shots, and a Baldur's Gate 3 stream. So, lots of content to watch. I have someone on the Candlekeep Discord asking if there's new spells or vehicles. No new spells. And the rocket is basically the only thing I saw. I'll have to look. We'd have to really go through it. I don't see any new vehicles yet. We'll get there. What are you looking forward to most about Ravenloft? I think the domains. To see where it happens. The monsters, probably, realistically. The new magic items would be nice. I didn't love the Spirit's Bard, but I did like the Undead Warlock, which is rare of me to say that I like any Warlock. So if it stays close to the Unearthed Arcana, I'll be happy. Can you pair the spine of the regular cover to the others to see if the D&D logo lines up? Tasha's was off and it kills me. I don't have the regular edition version of Tasha, so I can't, unless it's... Yeah, I don't have a regular edition version of Tasha's Cauldron to show you. All I have is limited edition books right here. It lines up with the... Let me jump back so it's me here. It jumps back, it lines up with the regular, or the limited edition of Eberron. That helps. Maybe at some point I'll run next door and go grab my other books to do a comparison. Oh, ba-do-do-do. Any artifacts in the book? That's a good question. There was definitely the legendary item that we saw. And, oh, there's a nether scroll. And I think that that's an artifact. Let me see if I can find that. Sorry, I don't remember where it is. Oh, well, here I got another magic item for you. The Watchful Helm. Very rare, requires attunement. When you wear this helm, you gain a +1 to your AC and remain aware of your surroundings even while you're asleep. And you have advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on sight. And as a bonus action, you can cast See Invisibility once until the next dawn. Where is that nether scroll? I think it's in Alcazar's Appendix. The only appendix found in this book. Nope, it's a legendary item. It's not an artifact. The Nether Scroll of Azamar. Unlike other scrolls, the Nether Scroll of Azamar is not a consumable magic item. Takes 30 days of concentrated study, at least 8 hours per day, to attempt to understand it, after which you must make a DC 25 Arcana check. If the check fails, you take 16 D10 psychic damage, and you can attempt to make a check again after 30 days. If you succeed, it increases your wisdom, or your intelligence modifier rather, by 2 to a maximum of 22. And you get advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. When you gain the scroll's benefits, a stone golem magically appears in an unoccupied space within 60 feet of you and acts as your ally. If you die, the golem turns to dust. And then there's one last book beyond that, Xanthoria. That's the one with the Lichen Lich. I'll see if there's any magic items in there. Nope, doesn't look like it. Nothing new. Yeah, nothing new that I can see. Potion of longevity. Yeah. Yeah. Jordan, I will let you know. Gripply should appear as a playable race. Yeah, I would agree. In the next Extra Life package, I'm down. They did the Grung before, why not? Volunteer to be on your Ravenloft flip through. Yep, for sure. The levels are 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 are the levels for the different adventures. There's a part in Descent to Avernus where you go to Candlekeep to decipher an infernal puzzle box, and the party just sits there. What adventure would you recommend that may fit the same theme or is just as cool? Awesome, good point. All right. Just like how there's no heist in Dragon Heist. There's go to Candlekeep and nothing happens. Okay. So this is to solve an infernal puzzle box, right? You might be able to use the canopic being, right? Which is about organ transplants and stuff. That could be fun. The Curious Tale of Wisteria Vale is a book. It says a book that holds the key to unlocking a bard's prison. You could just make the prison could be the puzzle box or something. There's ways you could make it work. Is your Amazon wish list updated? I can go look at it right now. I think it is. Let me check. Hang on. You guys. Also, you guys are crazy. Wooden potatoes? Wait a minute. Why? Oh, no, I was like, why did somebody say wooden potatoes? But I guess that might have been when I flipped over to it. Yeah, I was a big Guild Wars 2 guy, so follow wooden potatoes. Let's see here. Where's my wish list? I'll go over there and I'll keep reading. I saw the live stream dashboard showing. Yeah, it was my bad. It's fine. Not a big deal. Nothing to see. Any magic weapons that boost natural weapons? The only thing I saw was again the gloves of soul stealing or whatever they are. The book says where rape and lycanthropy gives you a dexterity of 15. And it uses your unarmed attacks either use strength or dex. If you're in raven form, your peck does 1 point of damage with no modifier. And if you're in hybrid form, it does a d4 plus strength or dex, your choice. Have I run a TTRPG for my kids? I downloaded Hero Kids for my 5-year-old. Well, one just turned 4 in February, and the other one is 16 months. So he's not... eventually, I will. Is there a Fae-themed book in Candlekeep? Yes. The Scrivener's Tale, I think has some Fae stuff in it. Let's see. There's the one that is the fairy tale. Lore of LaRue is a fairy tale, like a creepy fairy tale. Let's see. Shemshime's bedtime rhyme is about like a spooky bedtime, like a spooky night nursery rhyme. That I think is technically undead themed. But that kind of gives me Fae vibes, right? Thank you so much for answering your questions. Oh yeah, of course, guys. Thank you for all the positive feedback, guys. You guys are awesome. So you're saying the book had an appendectomy? Boo! It's too good and I hate it. Yeah. Oh man. You guys. I'm looking at my wish list real quick since somebody asked. It does appear to be up to date as it stands right now. But I would have to go back and add probably more D&D related stuff because it's all tools right now. As a new EDM who wants to run Curse of Strahd eventually, what's a short module you would recommend me to run my players through with a similar tone and setting to get used to being a DM? There's always the Death House, which is the Curse of Strahd intro mission. It doesn't necessarily have to be set in Barovia, but I would look into that. That's a very good starter mission. If you were going to get this book, I'd say the Book of the Raven, which is a Vistani theme, so that would give them illusions of Vistani, and then to transition to Barovia would be an easy one. Would any of these adventures fit in a Ghost of Saltmarsh, or at least a few of them? If there's a library or a book, you could find a lost book. It doesn't necessarily have to be a library. That's something that I need to get my head unwrapped around, is that you just, like, a lot of these are just when you find a book. And I think one of them was a map. So for your Ghost of Saltmarsh campaign, I think it was the the Book of the Raven is about a lost map. So, you know, treasure map. It could be a treasure map if you wanted it to be. Draven Dresden. Yes, I did. I received this in the mail from you. Thank you. I haven't actually gotten a chance to go to my P.O. box, but this showed up at my door. That was exciting. So thank you. I saw it was from you. Appreciate it. I love this kind of books a la Tales of the Yawning Portal and Ghost of Saltmarsh. I'll use a story that fits the party. They definitely have a place, right? I'm not going to say that this is a book you shouldn't get or no one should ever get. Books with adventures and kind of collections of things like that. I have a bunch of these, right? Cobalt Press did the Prepared series. I think there's Prepared and Prepared 2, which is a whole bunch of prepared adventures that you can just drop in and run. Nerdarchy did their like out-of-box adventures that you can just run. So yeah, lots of stuff. Unrelated to this book, but I want to say you're my go-to for D&D news. Yeah, thank you, Jacob Perkins. Appreciate it. I do. Do you like the book overall, despite the lack of appendices? Yeah, I mean, I definitely, I would say I like it overall. Is it my favorite? Definitely not. You know, I didn't love Tales from the Yawning Portal either. Personally, or Ghost of Saltmarsh. Have I talked about the new monsters? There's 20 of them. We talked about a handful. Roxanne. Out of the 3, which is the best? Tales from the Yawning Portal, Ghost of Saltmarsh, and this one. I'm gonna put Ghost of Saltmarsh on the bottom. And you know what? I'd have to reread Tales from the Yawning Portal, but I think that might edge it out just because it was classic adventures like White Plume Mountain and, you know, Tomb of Horrors and stuff like that. So, like, it gets the nostalgia win, I feel like, rather than this one. So I'd say, I guess, without rereading Tales from the Yawning Portal again, I'd go Tales from the Yawning Portal, Candlekeep Mysteries, Ghosts of Saltmarsh. But also remember that Tales from the Yawning Portal was, like, it was older in comparison to when these books were released, so they've changed the philosophy and the way they balance the game significantly. So, like, this one's more up-to-date in that respect. Does the map lead to Barovia? I don't think it leads to Barovia. I think it leads to some other location. Because remember, the Vistani can travel pretty much anywhere as far as they want to. I think it leads to the Shadowfell, not Barovia, which there's ties. Look at, Jordan's got a video, I'm sure. There's ties between the Shadowfell and Barovia, or they made them ties between them in the more recent years in editions. So they're sort of related in that respect. Yeah, they'd be great filler sessions, definitely. Yeah, this Eddie says, you know, the great library in Avatar: The Last Airbender. An excellent way to, you know, that kind of a concept. I have in my homebrew world, I have at least 2 major library locations, and these would be very at home there. If the party's going there to do research, maybe they stumble upon a book and then it leads them on another adventure. And at the very least, as someone who is a lazy DM, or more accurate, a DM with no time to actually prepare for things, this works nicely for me. Because I could, let's say, get them at the library, and then, like, be like, I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to find. They find this book, and then it sends them on an adventure, and then I can run the adventure out of this book while they're doing that. And then in the background, that'll buy me time to work on whatever other thing I was actually supposed to be doing before they got to the library. I believe, yeah, Barovia is in a pocket dimension in the Shadowfell. It's a domain of dread. Well, now we're going to see all the other domains of dread, and we heard that the core world was, like, shattered, and now they're, like, floating islands. So we'll see more when the Ravenloft book comes out, I think. The maps of the individual adventures are the minimalist style, but there is maps of Candlekeep itself, and there's the big poster map in the back, and that's all color. How does the balancing seem? Obviously, you can't tell until you run it. I think they looked pretty good. I think the higher level ones actually look to be well balanced. So that Xanthoria one, the one at the end that ends with the Lichen Lich, I took a quick glance through it, right? So I'll look for the bold lettered monsters that you encounter. Now, mind you, I don't know over how long this would be, right? And you don't really have any control over how many long rests your party plans to take. You obviously can change that by interacting and, you know, putting monsters in there. But let's look at the names of the monsters in this. This is the 16th level adventure, okay? So we have a sage, which is probably just an NPC that we're interacting with. All right. Then there's a lot of references to Zugetmoy, the demon queen of fungus, because this is a very fungal-based adventure, hence the Lichen Lich. I see a sprite. Okay. Then I see a mummy lord of rock. A death tyrant. Okay, so did we hear that, right, folks? A mummy lord and of rock demon. Or devil. Demon. Okay. A death tyrant. Okay. Covered, and it says in the middle of the room is a mold-encrusted skeleton. Use the Death Knight stat block. So there's a death tyrant and a death knight in the same room. Okay, let's keep going. What do we got next? We got 2 Behirs, a purple worm, and the Lichen Lich. A Nalfeshni, an infected treant, 4 invisible will-o'-the-wisps, and one of her lair actions is she can create a shambling mound. So that seems pretty good ass fight for 16th level party, right? I mean that's the adventure, right? That's just, I'm going to read traps and other stuff in between there, but like, seems pretty good to me. Yeah, of course, Alexander. No problem, man. Oh, thanks, man. I'm glad that you find my voice not grating, because I talk a lot, so. This is the last of the donut. Oh. So yeah, what other questions you guys got? I saw a question about traps. I have to go back and look. Oh boy. Some dog scratched up one of the dogs scratched up one of my doors. Guess I'm doing that tomorrow. My favorite monster is definitely Mirim, the undead dragon. Although the Lichen Lich is coming in a close second, I think, too. Just because I like atypical things, right? So I like the cleric liches from, I think it's Eberron. The Knopic Golem is cool. Some of the art is just fantastic. Look at this. Look at that. Isn't that cool? And like, so remember I told you like the Book of Inner Alchemy was like a kung fu adventure? I just want to show you some of the NPCs, right? This is Steel Crane. Okay. Jade Tigress. And Bak Mei. Right, like this is a kung fu movie. I love it. It's awesome. I saw something about a were-raven. By any chance, do they list options for players? Yeah, it basically would follow the typical lycanthrope rules, but instead of the whatever, like a werewolf would get you 15 dex, and then you have a beak attack. As a raven, it does 1 point of damage. As a were-raven, it's an unarmed strike that does a d4 piercing. Hi. Oh, I was just gonna text you. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen.
Service.
Thank you, Claire. My wife come down and refill coffee. I was actually just gonna go on a break. You're the best. Thank you so much.
Your mom's watching you.
Oh, I guess I'm replacing doors too.
Brucey, you've got to hold the crayon.
Oh, is that a crayon? I thought it was a dog claw.
No, Bruce with a crayon.
Oh, jeez. Okay. How many of these adventures are sucked right into the book style? That's a good question. I'm not entirely sure. You know, I don't know. It doesn't. I'd have to really dive into the beginning of all of those, and see. Can any of these be used as an introductory adventure? Jonathan Snavely, yes, definitely. The Joy of Extra Dimensional Spaces, 100%. That's a level 1 encounter. If you want to start at like level 2 or 3, some of these other ones could also be done well. The Book of Inner Alchemy, definitely my favorite. That's the Kung Fu one we were just talking about. Thanks for doing all the work. Oh, thank you, Chandler with a Z. What level is the Price of Beauty? That is, I think, 5. The Mark Humes adventure. Let's find out. Yes, level 5. Black coffee. Oh, yeah, guys. I'm a black coffee. Listen, I'm a simple man with simple tastes. Black coffee, neat scotch, keep it clean. That's how we do it here at Nerd Immersion. Although I do like beer. And I have like a fair, you know, I like some craft beers, right? I mean, Line and Kugel Sunset Wheat. That is my go-to beer. Not to get off on a tangent about beer real quick, but it's my favorite beer. It's brewed in Wisconsin, and they stopped distributing it in New York for some reason. It used to be the only thing that this beer company used to sell outside of, you know, the where they, you know, outside of like the local breweries. And now I can find Line and Kugel everything else. Shandies for days, but I can't find my Sunset Wheat. Retro Johnny, yes, so that's a thing, right? It's so we had heard at the end of 2019, I think, that D&D was working on an anthology series, and we knew that Kate Welch, Marisha Ray, and Deborah Ann Wall were all tied to it. We had heard that. It was a rumor, I think, at the time, as you take it with a grain of salt, as all rumors are. But Kate Welch isn't with Wizards of the Coast anymore, as far as I know. And I don't know if like she was in charge of that project, and that was part of the reason. And I thought it was definitely this adventure, this book, but Deborah Ann Wall, Kate Welch, and Marisha Ray are not in this book at all. So I think that project is just on the shelf, and I don't think it's ever going to see the light of day. Maybe it genesised into this. I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Colton Eddington, the Lycan Lich is a Druid Lich. That's the best way. We did go over it. That's the best way I can describe it for you. It's if a Druid became a Lich. Anything in the book that struck me as unusual, other than the lack of the book's appendices. The fact that someone brought it up earlier, and it didn't occur to me until someone said it, that there's lack of things about scalability of play. Like, none of these adventures have, like, sections for scaling. You know, like, you know, if you want to run this adventure with a higher tier or a lower tier of play, like, here's how you would do it. And, you know, it just... There's also not a section in the beginning that's like, here's how to run mystery in D&D. The book is called Candlekeep Mysteries. They're supposed to be mystery adventures, but they don't give you like a level set at the start. Like, here's some DM tips on how to keep things mysterious and do well. You know, that kind of... Nothing like that in the whole book. Which is just seems off, right? I mean, to me, I don't know. Let's see. Well, I think we've got the... I'm going to turn off slow mode in the chat for the time being, because I think we've got... it's very rare that I get to keep up to current. So... Oh, I guess we could have set the slow mode timer for less than 60 seconds. I didn't realize I had it set at that high. I'm going to set it down to... set to 15 seconds. That'll be a little easier. How would I say this compares... to Tales from the Yawning Portal. So I did a ranking, funnily enough. I said I think Tales from the Yawning Portal wins for nostalgia. So I think it goes Tales from the Yawning Portal, Candlekeep Mysteries, Ghosts of Saltmarsh, in my mind. That's how I do it. Oh, still Lauren, thank you. Glad you... Welcome. So, yeah. Have I ever published? Not yet. I'm in the process of a couple things, actually. So I'm working with the folks at Jetpack 7 on their book called Black Storm Realms. Black Storm Realms is basically a more realistic, grittier version of like a Spelljammer. Obviously, it has to be set in a third-party world, but the rules and mechanics still exist. They're unique. They're agnostic, world agnostic. So I'm basically for lack of a better term, a 5e consultant on that. And what that means is I'm there to be the one who makes sure that things are staying balanced within the terms of 5e and nothing's like way out of whack. And I've also designed 2 subclasses for that. One is the Gravity Domain Cleric, and the other is the Oath of Exploration Paladin. And I believe you can still find the Gravity Domain for free. You can go download that and check that out. And if you did back the Kickstarter, or you go in and like back it after the fact and can get access to the beta, I don't know if you can right now, but if you were to do that, the beta just released my version of the Paladin in there as well. So, how much longer until I do YouTube full time? I don't know. Being honest with you, I kind of like that it is a hobby. I mean, take that kind of with a grain of salt, right? It being a hobby is nice because I'm not beholden to this. I don't have to be constantly dogging people for sponsorships or kissing up to people I don't want to kiss up to get stuff, to do videos. And I've never done that, and it's worked out pretty well so far. But it's also nice that, like, if I ever got like super pissed or upset or whatever reason about this whole thing, I could just quit it and walk away and my life would be fine. Have I thought about running it as a full-time job? Sure. Every time my regular work gets like, if it gets real bad, this actually helps keep me going, because I'm like, in theory, I could just walk away from that regular job and be like, I don't need this. I got something else that's working pretty well for me. But I don't think it's at the point. I mean, maybe we'll see. 2020 was a huge year for the channel in every way. So who knows what 2021 will bring. If things stay steadily to where they were at the end of 2020, then yeah, Nerd Immersion as a full-time thing could be a very real option for me. But basically having a primary, revenue stream and a secondary revenue stream through Nerd Immersion is nice. It's definitely helpful, especially when you have 2 young kids in daycare and all that kind of stuff. Let's see. Is there anything in the book? Oh, let me scroll back up. Did you feel the special edition cover felt bland? Yeah, I think the goal was to make it look like a book you'd find in Candlekeep. And I can't corroborate this, but someone did tell me and comment in one of the videos that it looked like a book that was in Candlekeep in Baldur's Gate 1, had a very similar cover to this. Maybe that was why. You think they would have had that in like the promo material somewhere, but what kind of book would you like to see Wizards publish next after Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft? So I'm pretty sure it's Dragonlance, whether I want it to be or not. I want a magic item book. I want a magic item compendium. Doesn't have to have crafting rules in it for crafting magic items and crafting mundane items, but I would be fine if it did. But just a book full of magic items. It would sell, I mean, chat, there's 187 of you here. Throw a 1 in the chat right now if you would buy a magic item compendium, a 300-page book just full of magic items that were somewhere unique to different classes, more than just magic swords, right? You might have magic axes, magic whips, magic bows, items for just a monk, items for just a paladin, just a druid. I think the ones are going to have it here, and I can already start seeing them come in because everybody would buy that. It would sell so well. That's why Cobalt Press, a third-party company who made a book called Vault of Magic, which all it is magic items, I think has raised over $290,000 to kickstart a book full of magic items. You have to, if you're Wizards of the Coast, you need to be looking at Cobalt Press's Kickstarter and say, this relatively small company in this scheme of us with Hasbro money raised almost $300,000 in like less than a week to make a book of magic items. Should a light bulb not go off in your head and say, maybe that's a good idea? You know, that's all I'm saying. Yeah, it's that you guys explained it in the chat. I don't need to go further. I mean, the numbers, the ones have it, right? I mean, I don't know. All right, let's go back up. Sorry, I'm on a little rant there for a second. Let's go back and see what else we got going on. I'm pretty sure I'm positive. I will say with I'm going to say 100. We'll call it 99.1% positivity. We will see Dragonlance this year. Dark Sun or Planescape, I don't know. We know there's going to be 3 classic campaign settings, and we know the first of those 3 is Ravenloft. With the fact that the Dragonlance stuff has been fixed, the licensing rather, the paperback book coming out this year, there's no way Dragonlance isn't coming. Is it going to be the next release? Maybe not. Is it going to be the second to last release? Or the last release of the year? Maybe. Or definitely. It will be one of the 2 books. Positive. What the third one will be, I don't know. Planescape? Spelljammer? Dark Sun? Maybe a good Forgotten Realms lore book, not whatever Solar Coast Adventure Guide was. So with the rumor that WotC is going to increase the release cadence, do you fear that 5e will get bogged down like previous editions? I don't think they're going to go as hard as they did in 3.5 or 3 or 4. Like, I think what it will likely be is like the increase of 4 books a year to 5 books a year. Something like that. If you can look at if you're Hasbro, and you look at this, that Wizards of the Coast turned a 33% profit in one of the most difficult financial years for most companies. You got to be saying, if you could do that with 4 books in a year, what could you do with 5? And I also hope, to that point in our whole issue about magic items that we just brought up, if they can increase the cadence beyond 4, maybe they can warrant to take a risk on a risky book. We've discussed it already. The only things they like releasing are player source books, campaign settings, and adventure paths. This falls under the adventure path section. They don't like releasing DM content. The only DM content they've ever really, official DM content that they have ever released outside of adventures is the Dungeon Master Guide. And I guess in theory, the Monster Manual. Volo's Guide to Monsters and Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes had player stuff in the front, new race options, right? The other DM-related content is like tucked away in Tasha's Cauldron or tucked away in Xanathar's. I would love DMG2. I would love, Van Trapsmith's Book of Traps, right? And it's just a book about traps. I would love a Guide to the Planes, 5e Planar Tome, Tome of the Planes, Deities and Demigods, Book of Vile Darkness, Book of Exalted Deeds. Give me a DM source book that lets me expand what I can do. That's why I did the video that I did earlier today about DM's tools. It was about crafting, and fishing is a little bit of a niche thing, I will admit, in the terms of D&D. But there are so many people that, you have to go to third-party resources to get good tools as a dungeon master. It would be Cobalt Press, Deep Magic, Jetpack 7, Legendary Dragons, whatever it is, to get cool things to be a DM. So I'm hoping if we can go from, say, 4 books to 5 books, maybe we take a risk on that 5th book that year, and we try a DM source book and see if it works. How does it seem to drop Candlekeep Mysteries? how easy does it seem? Yeah, it seems pretty easy, especially if you're playing the Forgotten Realms and Candlekeep is an option, definitely. But you could just have somebody find a book and then go on an adventure. Can you suggest a third-party book to pick up instead? Okay. Jonah, sorry, you got lost in all the ones, and I'll scroll down. But let me know, Jonah Matzo. Let me know what kind of stuff you're looking for, and I'll give you some third-party options here. Yes, I know, no fun allowed. I agree. That was my whole point about DM books there. You think Candlekeep is easy to DM? The mysteries make sense. I haven't really, again, I don't have a great handle on the mysteries, but it does seem like it will be easy to run because each adventure is like 9 to 10 pages, so it can't be that hard. If it's only 10 pages, you could read it like 3 times in the half an hour before the game starts and probably be in a pretty good spot. Do we think that Wizards' recent success, despite bad practices, has reinforced those practices? Man, you're asking the hard-hitting questions. Unfortunately, probably, right? You know, I mean, there's the very real concept of if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and let's not reinvent the wheel for the sake of reinventing the wheel. If you can turn 33% profit by doing what you're doing, probably not going to change it too much, I would imagine. How am I doing tonight? Grant, I'm doing great. My wife just brought me a whole brand new cup of coffee. Living a life. Yeah, Eddie, you get my exact point. So that's my whole thing. Yes, people are worried about a suffering quality if they increase the cadence of books. You don't have appendices in your books. You don't release PDFs. Is the quality ever there in the first place? Do you think or hope to ever get a dragon book? I 100%. Dragonomicon. Give me a Dragonomicon 5e. That will also be a book that will sell like crazy. So again, this is something that I'm so sad, nostalgic, and disappointed about. Is that if you were to go back, and again, I will continue to reference 3.5 forever because that's what I know, because that's what the session, what I got into D&D with. And they weren't afraid to make a ton of books about stuff, right? So we had the Draconomicon, a dragon resource book. We had Dragon Magic, a book about dragons and their magic. And we had Races of the Dragon, which was a book about draconic races. We had at least those 3 books. We had 2 dragon-based classes, the Dragon Shaman and the Dragon Fire Adept. There's probably other dragon books that I'm not even aware of at this point. But like those were well regarded and people liked those. We had Draconomicon. We had Libris Mortis, the Book of the Dead, a whole book dedicated to undead monsters and undead-based things. We had Lords of Madness, all about aberrations. We had the Fiend Folio, all about fiends. Like, these are things that would sell. People would buy these. For sure, 100% people would buy these. One of the most fun things I had creating my newest campaign was my magic shop, one that magically seems to be the same shop. Yeah, I mean, magic item. I have yet to play in a D&D campaign in 5e where I haven't encountered some form of magic item shop. Everybody puts them in because it just makes sense. Most of us are gamers in one aspect or another. I feel like, honestly, at this point, except for some of the older folks, and, no offense to older folks, that most people who play D&D are also gamers in another aspect, like a video game in some concept. And the fact that they existed, that this concept could exist in old editions too, helps solidify the fact that it just makes sense in our gamer brains that I can go to a shop in a major city and I can see the price tags that are maybe out of my range because I haven't quested enough to buy the cool magic item on the top shelf. And I'm going to go out, and I'm going to quest and adventure, I'm going to trade and barter. Maybe if I'm a little sketchy, I'm going to come back and steal this or murder the shopkeeper and take it. But we see that thing and we want it, and we're going to find a way to get it because that's what we're used to doing. That clicks in our head and it makes sense. And if you look, I'm going to make a video on it because I've just looked at it again and it bothered me that in a normal Magic campaign, in like the Dungeon Master's Guide, you shouldn't even have an uncommon magic item until level 11, and you should have one. That's what it says. And then I also, if I'm feeling really snippy about it, I will compare all of the pre-written adventures that go to level 11 and look at how many magic items you get between levels 1 and 11 to say, the first pre-written adventure you released had 15 magic items. Even for the party of 4, you'd have more than one at level 11. But your Dungeon Master Guide says you should only have one. So I'm very confused. Do I think they'll release paperback books? No, definitely not. 5e's been handled horribly, but it's successful. Yeah, well, that's the problem, right? If things are successful, we're going to keep keeping them that way. DM content's not getting any love unless it's part of players' content. Yep, agreed, 100%. We need more Celestials. Yeah, we need a lot more of everything. I mean, I was surprised when I made my Aberrations video that there was 4 pages of Aberrations on D&D Beyond. We'll probably get another Magic the Gathering setting. Well, no, they specifically said they were classic D&D settings, not 3 classic campaign settings. Magic the Gathering and Innistrad are not classic campaign settings. I don't think they do Innistrad if they're doing Ravenloft. That just doesn't make sense to me. How cringe is this book? Is there an adventure where you need to save space? I don't think it's not really written that way. I know a lot of people have issues with, the people involved in writing this, but I don't see any of that when I look through it. I see an adventure book. So I mean, I don't know. I live in my own sphere, so I don't see any of that. There's more money in market to players. You could also make it, but I would say a magic item book is probably, as a player, I would buy a magic item book just as much as I would buy a magic item book as a DM. I feel like that's just me, because I would be like, so DM, look at this magic item book right here. It's this really cool magic item for my dwarven fighter. Can I? That's a really bad example, Ted. For my half-elf bard. Whatever. Can I get this? And then try to sell it myself and why I need that. Because, I have the book to show it. And I'd be like, yeah, you could totally check it out. Whatever you want to do. Well, let's just give me a magic item. I'm assuming you meant Mystara. David A. There's so much Dragonlance focus. You can't not have Dragonlance. It has to be, right? The fact that we saw all this stuff about lawsuits, the fact that they got resolved, the fact that then we got like immediately after, like, hey, the books are coming out. Looks like that contract's back in place for a trilogy of books. Introduce an entire new generation to Dragonlance. Get the old people that used to love it back into it. The fact that Joe Manganiello posted that he's seen the official 5e stats for Draconian Race. Like, this did all too much stuff lines up for there not to be a Dragonlance release this year. DM Heavy Arms. Hey, buddy, what's going on? Wondering how long these adventures are by my eye. Could you realistically call them one-shots? Yeah, I think so. I said it earlier. Each adventure averages around 10 to 12 pages. Some are a little bit more, some are a little bit less. And, I guess it also comes down to combat, right? If you get into combat with every creature that's listed in some of these stat blocks, or if you're able to avoid the combat, you might be able to make it faster or shorter, right? The latter one is the level 16 adventure, has a ton of monsters, and if you fight all of them, just the time frame it will take to get through those combats will likely push you past one session. But I think most of the middling ones you could definitely do in a one-shot, but it also depends on what you consider to be a one-shot. For me, I'd say a one-shot is around 3 to 4 hours. Some people might say a one-shot is 4 to 6, depending on who you go for, so I don't know. Does each adventure have a map/dungeon crawl aspect, or is it more theater or mind? I think pretty much every adventure has a map, so you've got that there. Do you know a good place to find the alt cover for Van Richten's? No, I got a local store. That's how I get mine. Dungeon Masters into homebrew settings, often inspired by the settings they put out. Okay. Okay, so John, I'm getting back to your question. Third-party stuff. Well, if you like homebrew settings and that kind of a thing, check out the Midgard. All of the Midgard stuff from Kobold Press. Midgard is Kobold Press's third-party setting. They have a ton of stuff, right? The Midgard campaign setting, and then they have stuff for the different... They're really getting to what Forgotten Realms used to be in 3.5, where you'd have like a book about the setting, and then you have a book about the different regions and stuff like that, and then they even have adventure paths. I happen to have... Where is it? This one. So I happen to have right here is Empire of the Ghouls. This is a Kobold Press adventure for set in Midgard, but it's in a specific section there. So we have a little bit about the underworld here, but then we also have character options and stuff too, I believe, in here. Magic items, things like that. So... yeah, like these kind of things are really good. So I love Kobold Press. If you want me to be selfish, I'll be selfish and say check out, Jetpack 7's Blackstorm Realms. I'm involved in it in a couple of different aspects, from game design to kind of editing. So I'll say that too. A book of just legendary monsters, I'd buy it. That's what 2C Gaming's doing with their like Epic Legacy, they've got like Cthulhu and all these big monsters. That's really good. Oh, 2C Gaming, another great one to check out. Total Party Kill, Bestiary, all that kind of stuff. Smaller books for less money. I know publishing can be expensive, but if they made soft cover, yeah. So, I mean, soft cover stuff could do well. Have I heard of Steel Shod? No, that depends on what you're talking about, but I don't. If it's reference to D&D, no. I think there needs to be a book that adapts everything, almost everything in Monster Manual. Like how Strahd Zombie is different, but it's at its core, it's still a zombie. Fair. Can you take a look at the Mad Mage and see if it has an index or appendix? Dungeon of the Mad Mage has an appendix for the monsters, but not for the magic items. I know, because I looked it up earlier. Because I was going through this. And I did a whole diatribe at the beginning about how we had 15 source books and 13 of them have appendices for the monsters and the magic items. It has, Dungeon Denizens is Appendix A for Dungeon of the Mad Mage. We live in a golden age of D&D with all the digital tools, and yet WotC has entirely missed the opportunity to create all in one. Yeah, 100% agree. D&D really missed that. I mean, D&D Beyond, I still stand by some of the stuff I said originally in my original D&D Beyond video, that if they'd released it at the start of 5th edition, then everybody be using it, because it would have been there from the get-go. Let's see, keep going. Be afraid of remake. Buy me book from earlier editions. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be a remake. It could just be a spiritual successor. I'm in a Horde of Dragon Queen campaign right now. We found one magic item. I've acquired all of about 50 gold per person. Not that gold matters since there's nowhere to use it. It's baffling. Yeah, well, you don't worry. You'll be killing dragons left and right eventually, and just be finding hordes all over the place. Shield the Hidden Lord is given to like a 4th or 5th level party, and it's a legendary item. Yep. Oh, Von Snootingham, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on in your game. There should be a lot more. The lack of really solid DM tools for 5e is pretty much why I've started using Kobold Press. Yeah, you got to. How do you feel about getting so many Magic the Gathering settings with the promise of more? Felt that the map in Theros was pretty meh. I don't love the Magic the Gathering settings. I'm not a Magic guy, so I don't have that love for it just to have it. I like options, right? They give me 2 new classes every time they put out a Magic book. I think if there is a 6th edition, Magic the Gathering and D&D will be together from the start. It'll be just part of it. Well, David, that's what Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft is, the book that comes out in May. That is a campaign setting for Ravenloft. Do you think they could fully adapt Dark Sun despite some of the darker themes? They'd have to change it. It would be different, which would piss a bunch of people off. So they might avoid Dark Sun entirely. Do you level up after each adventure? It doesn't say that, at least in the couple that I read. So that's up to you as a DM to decide. They don't like specifically hard code it at the end of this adventure. You reach level 3. Because they don't tell you that you're technically going to be... I don't think any of them say, like, you gain a level at the end of the adventure. I'll flip to another one. We'll see. What's this one say? Conclusion. If the character is decreed, they feel they reserve a reward. Yeah, so it doesn't actually say that they level up. It just says, like, you get rewards and stuff. So... Kiva Gale Hall, yes, I did like the barbecue sauce. Thank you very much. It was very good. I appreciate it. Well, I always thought 6E would be for the, like, 3 years out anyway, for the 50th anniversary of Dungeons and Dragons. So typically when you release a new edition, it's because sales are slipping, or there's some sort of major change in leadership, right? Like when TSR, or when Wizards of the Coast bought Dungeons and Dragons from TSR, they released 3rd edition, right? And when 3rd edition sales started to dip, they released 4th edition, but also I don't know if 3rd edition sales were really dipping, but like that was also the rise of like the MMO was around the time of 4th edition, and 4th edition was very much more like a video game than it was an RPG. And then when 4th edition sales started to dip, they released 5e. It also seemed to coincide, I think, with the 30 or the 40th anniversary of Dungeons and Dragons, I think was the 5th edition launch. So I'm thinking 6th might be the 50th anniversary. 3 years out. I mean, if sales tank tomorrow, or next year, they might go earlier. But who knows, right? If sales just continue to exponentially increase, they might stave off. Or they might go with like a 5e plus or a 5.5. A lot of people keep saying. So all I know is that there are some folks that are working on, 5.5es, right? Because, if you don't know, Pathfinder was essentially 3.75, right? So Wizards of the Coast released 3rd edition. They realized they needed to update it, so they released 3.5. And the 3.5 open game license is how Pathfinder came to be. They took that and they kind of adapted it and made their own thing. And that's basically 3.75. 5e had a dream team of designers behind it. The people that were involved in creating 5th edition, the rule sets, Monty Cook, so many people were involved in that creation of this rule set. It's the powerhouses of the industry made 5e. So I don't know if you're going to get a better foundation than that. People may say it's flawed, and there's aspects that are, but that's why I think a 5.5e taking, making a new setting or a new set of rules using 5e as the base is gonna probably be like Pathfinder 2e. I heard is not doing well and didn't seem to do that. People tell me that there are things that are useful from it, but I think this is a ripe time in the market for another company to come in with a concept of a 5.5e and, make their own, call it something new, and market it. And I think it could blow up to become the new Pathfinder. Thinking about DMing for the first time, would some of these adventures be good start ones? Yeah, I'd start with the level 1 adventure to get your feet wet, and then you could dive into the other ones based on how you feel. I have a character upon reaching 15. 15 will have an ability that will essentially make him ageless now. He's human. Should I implement this story-wise and his outlook on life? Yeah, I mean, it can be fun if you want it to be. It's as much as you want to make it, right? You hit level 15 and now you can kind of live forever or whatever the case is. Is that gonna, if that'll make it fun for you, then go for it. With Magic the Gathering, doing a Forgotten Realms set, what characters do you want to see made into cards, and where would they fall into a color pie? I think you gotta go with, like, you gotta do a Drizzt. I wanna, and they sound like they're gonna be unique cards, right? So you probably do a Hallister, you probably do a Drizzt, you do, let's see, what else would you do? Mordenkainen and Tasha's, they have Volo, they have, you know, Xanathar, right, a Beholder. You have all this stuff now. Van Richten, Strahd, stuff like that. How lucky do you think the Dark Sun? Yeah, I don't know enough about Dark Sun, but from what everyone tells me, I don't know if it'd be as easy a transition into 5e without needing, you know, major overhaul of the way some of the themes were. Tasha's new Beastmaster at level 11. Your beast can make 4 attacks. This plus the new changes. Is that enough to entice you to try Ranger? No, the Drake Warden is, though. The one that lets you summon a dragon. The new one from the Unearthed Arcana, which I'm positive will also be the 2 subclasses, the Ascendant Dragon and the Drake Warden. Those 2 are, you know, we saw 2 spooky undead-themed subclasses, and then we're getting an undead-themed kind of Ravenloft spooky campaign with those 2 things in it. Then we got that followed by 2 dragon-based subclasses, and then I feel like Dragonlance is going to get those 2. So that Drake Warden one does have me interested, so I would play that. Yeah, I do think, I also feel like Hasbro and WotC might be making moves to acquire D&D Beyond and build it in-house. And I think that, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Have the separation might be better. I'm not sure. On if and when we'd see some aerial combat rules. Huh. Yeah, there's really not a lot about that, is there? There's a little bit, like, scattered throughout some of the adventures where there's, like, sky-based combat, but not much. I don't know. I think we might need to get, like, a true, like, airship or, like, artificer-type guide to get that. I think WotC will ever acquire update a Paizo path like Age of the Worms for 5e. Will Paizo let them? Are they? I don't know how the licensing is on that. So maybe. It'd be interesting. D&D needs a blueprint book on world creation and DM. Yeah, a DM resource would be great, which is what we need in 5e. What are your thoughts on reports of WotC upping their rate? Oh, we talked about that a little bit, Ryan. I do think it's going to be a positive thing because I think it might allow them to take risks and release books they wouldn't normally do, like a DM-based source book. But I don't think it's going to be... I don't think they're going to go to 3-5 level. I think they might go to like 4 or go to 5 or 6 books a year, not like 12. Is there a guide included to run this as one big adventure? Not really, no, because they're individual books that you find. So there's not like a true, like, how to string them all together. If it all takes place in Candlekeep in the library, that would be how you string them all together. You just go find another book. I think these adventures can be run as one-shots. They can definitely be run as one-shots, and you could do some work to possibly make them a campaign. Would you like about books, kobolds? Yeah, I would love a book about kobolds, 100%. Wasn't Monty Cook out by then? I thought he was involved in the creation of the basis of 5e. I'm pretty sure. I thought he was. I agree with your thoughts on 6e. Not sure what could or would be willing to change that would be big enough to justify a new edition. Yeah, agreed. Like I said, I think we're going to probably see a rise of third-party tweaks on the 5e chassis and make like the new Pathfinder, basically. Book of Inner Alchemy, the Kung Fu Adventure is my favorite one. Do you think if they release a Dragonlance source book, it will be set in the Forgotten Realms, or do you think it'll be like Ravenloft? Because it'll be whatever this new Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft is. That's what the Dragonlance one is going to be. I'm positive it's going to be the same style, similar to the Eberron, similar to Ravnica and Theros. A lot of lore about the thing, 2 subclasses, maybe a couple races, or in now this case lineages. New monsters, new magic items, and a starter adventure, just like the other ones happened. That's what I'm going to predict right now, because it just seems like it's going to fall into that pattern. I'm playing Pathfinder 2e. First time playing and not DMing a game. I love it, honestly, but yeah, it doesn't feel like a 5e killer, so not till more of it comes out, okay? Can you show us the stats for the swarm of animated books? Well, I'll tell you about them. I don't think I'm going to like hold it up to the screen. That's kind of weird. It is a challenge rating 1/4. The swarm of animated books. Vulnerable to fire, as swarms are. Immune to poison and psychic, and then charmed, exhausted, frightened, grappled, paralyzed, petrified, poisoned, prone, restrained, and stunned. Blind sight out to 60 feet. If they're motionless, they have advantage on initiative roll. And if you haven't seen it move, you must make a perception check to discern that it is animate. It can occupy another creature's space because it's a swarm. And then it has... The attack is called Book Club, which does 2d4 plus 1 bludgeoning damage, or d4 if it's got half hit points or fewer. There's your little swarm there. Is there a swarm of books in Waterdeep Dragon Heist? There might be, yeah. Maps are not color. They're kind of like a brownish sepia tone. The map of Candlekeep is in color. Debating on running either Storm King's Thunder or Rime of the Frost Maiden. Depends, Johnny, on what you want to do. Storm King's Thunder has a lot more sandboxy stuff. I feel like Rime of the Frost Maiden is a little more linear. And then, like, depends on if you think you can really pull off the whole, like, horror concept, which I don't think comes across very strongly in Rime of the Frost Maiden, but you never know. Do I think they'll make a book to go alongside Baldur's Gate? If they were, I think it would be Spelljammer, right? Because Mind Flayers are everywhere in that. Any Kobold Press books you recommend to spice things up starting a campaign? Yeah, Tome of Beasts 1 and 2, and the Creature Codex, which are the monster books. I'm a little partial to the Creature Codex because my monster, the Swobold, is in the book, which is like, I really should have marketed that better myself because that thing took off and it's like their mascot now. So I feel a little bad about not like working a little harder on that. But yeah, the Swobold is mine. And it's orange, which is my color, which worked out very nicely. And I appreciate that they did that. Any recommendations on class, subclass to play for Tomb of Annihilation? This is my first time playing since I always DM. Anything that can get you kind of like a druid is great, especially because Goodberry can make a lot of the problems of trying to find food while traveling very easy. So druid is great for Tomb of Annihilation. Anything that can deal with undead, also useful. Have you ever read the Rolled and Told 5e magazines? They have 2 adventures in each and a bunch of helpful articles and tools I recommend. They're printed by Quillian. I have not, Eddie. I'll check them out, though. What's my favorite piece of art, aside from the dragon? I showed it off, but I liked the 3 elf sisters from Mark Hume's adventure. The, where is it? The Price of Beauty, it's called. I really like this art. Right here. I think that one's pretty good. 3 sisters. I'd love to see Greyhawk campaign setting book. I know the Forgotten Realms is their moneymaker. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it would. It would sell. Greyhawk would sell. I know there's a ton of lore to port across. If they do, yeah. Book club, yeah, it's awesome, right? Just want to say I'm not one of the crazies that thinks you don't sleep. I just want to know which simulacrum I'm talking to. Yeah, I've been thinking about making some sort of merch, like a shirt, and I haven't figured out where I want to land on it. Something about me not sleeping, and like I haven't figured out trance yet, or don't mind me, I'm just trancing, or something about simulacrum. Just because it's like it's a meme about me at this point. Yes, Retro Johnny, the Swobold. No E. Swold. It's a medium-sized hulking Swobold. There's a couple videos here on the channel. If you search Swobold on the Nerd Immersion channel, you'll find it. What do I think of a low magic gritty system where you only get to level 5, and after that, custom feats every time you get a level? That could be interesting. I'd give it a shot. Wizard, yeah, Wizard is also very useful in Chult, for sure. Have I checked out The Seeker's Guide to Twisted Taverns? that a Kickstarter? I think I backed it. If it's a Kickstarter, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I know I've seen it. I definitely have seen that title. I don't know if it's a Kickstarter. I'm pretty sure I backed that one. What's your favorite class in 5e? 5e, my favorite class is Paladin. And my favorite character is probably also my Paladin from the very first campaign, the Rise of Tiamat campaign, just because it was my first time I really got to be a player in a long time. But I actually have a video on the characters that I've gotten to play in 5e here on the channel. And it's not many. I haven't got, people are always like, oh, blah, 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 what about this? And I haven't only really played like 5 characters in 5e. And I wanted to play a rogue for a long time and haven't been able to do that. I'd like to try monk again. I think I could have a fun time with that. I am playing right now in our once a month evil campaign, which we stream the last Tuesday of every month over on Twitch. And then it gets uploaded to Nerd Immersion Plays, the secondary YouTube channel for Nerd Immersion. I'm playing a tiefling, a College of Whispers bard, and I very much enjoy that. Do you think they'll ever publish any additional DM content? Yeah, we just went over on that for a while. We're hoping that with the increased cadence of books, we might get that. More DM content. Do fans send you homebrew stuff? If so, do you look at it? Fans send me homebrew stuff all the time. And I try, but I don't ever, like, so the way it comes down is, like, I not only have fans sending me stuff, but I have companies sending me stuff. I have DM Guild creators sending me stuff. I get inundated with things to look at. And, 5 years ago when Nerd Immersion started, really, I could look at stuff. I look at everything everybody sent me because that was amazing to me. But now I get inundated with stuff. Like, I still have a ton of minis that I need to unbox. I just haven't had the time to do it. And Candlekeep, and then I got the early copies of the book, so now I'm doing streams and videos and stuff on this. So I try really hard to look at stuff that people send me, but it's just like people send me stuff and I mean, like, I'll look at it. Might not be for 6 months to a year, and you might have moved on from it by that point, but I'll look at it eventually. Should paladins have their strict code of law and lawful good alignment in 6e? No, I don't think so. There were paladins that weren't lawful good in 3.5. There was the paladin of freedom and the paladin of tyranny and all these other different kinds of paladins that were like neutral paladins and evil paladins. Not, So I think I don't think so. What's my favorite monster? Flumphs. Have I played the Aberrant Mind Source, or are you so highly praised? No, I don't have time to play. So yeah, I have a list of characters that I'd love to play. A whole bunch of them. And the problem is, I get invited to a lot of one-shots, content creators throwing together one-shots and stuff like that, and that's awesome. But when I tell someone, like, if I tell you, like, I really want to play an Aberrant Mind Sorcerer, or I really want to play an Ascended Dragon Monk, or I really want to play a Drake Warden Ranger, or a Phantom Rogue, or a Soul Knife Rogue, or a Scout Rogue, any rogue, really, I don't want to play them in a one-shot, right? Because that's fun, and I'll have a lot of fun playing it. But you don't get to get into the nuance and all the interesting aspects of your character and stuff like that in a one-shot. You get to learn and fun and have a good time and figure stuff out as you play over a long-running campaign. And that's what I would be looking for. I don't necessarily have the luxury of time to just jump into that kind of stuff. But on the other side of it is, like, I don't know, you guys tell me. You got a bunch of you in the chat here. So say you're you, and somebody that you don't know says, hey, you want to join a D&D game? Do you jump on that opportunity and say, hell yeah, I'm in, and then go through the effort of building a character and then play in that game and find out, like, ooh, I don't like this at all? Because, like, sometimes I do, and I am very, very gracious at every time someone mentions to me, hey, like, I'll run a campaign for you. I'll do it, whatever. Well, let's figure it out. And, like, I'm absolutely blown away and flattered by there are people out there that are like, yeah, I'll run a game for you, whatever you want. And that's amazing to me. But at the same time, it's just like, I don't necessarily know these people, and it's just like, they're, that's a hard thing to just jump into because you're like, I don't want to disappoint you, because you're like, clearly, in some of these instances, these people are fans of the channel, and they're a fan of me, and I don't want to disappoint them when they're like, hey, I'll run a game for you, and then I show up, and I'm like, oh boy, that was not fun. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I gotta feel like some people are in the same boat with me on this one. Oh, damn. We're getting subs left and right over there. Playing 4 different characters right now. I couldn't even know what that's like. I was doing like 1 or 2 characters at the same time on like 2 games a week at one point, and that was like, I couldn't handle this. People do 4, 6 games a week. It's nuts. How would you go about a new class, not subclass, but like a true class? Yeah, I have a necromancer that if you join my Discord, my patrons have access to it, and I recently released my level 1 to 20 necromancer class to Discord for playtesting before I publish it to the DMs Guild. So I have a full level 1 to 20 necromancer class that I designed 2 subclasses, new magic items, new spells, or new item types and new spells, things like that. So that's what I think is truly missing, is a necromancer / summoning class. Do you max out fall damage at 20d6? Yeah, I mean, that's technically what it's supposed to be. So yes. I like people who do additive, because I think that almost makes it more dangerous, where it's like it's 1d6, then it's 2, then it's 2d6, then it's 2d6 plus 1d6, and it's kind of additive up that way. Do you ever use UA classes in campaigns? 100%. I love using Unearthed Arcana and playtesting things. The entire Out of the Abyss campaign that I played through as a player, I did the Tranquility Monk. The entire Storm King's Thunder campaign that I played through here on the channel, I did the original Unearthed Arcana Hexblade. We have one of the players in my Tuesday game. She was playing a Phoenix Sorcerer with some homebrew tweaks of mine that I did to make it more on par with everything else. About the magic items, Xanathar's Guide states that by level 4, the party should have 11 magic items between common, uncommon, and even 1 rare. Okay, so they changed it from the original DMG. Can I tell us the origins of Nerd Immersion? Sure. In 2000, let's go all the way back to 2005. So we'll give you the deep dive here. I had seen in 2004 that a new game was coming out called Guild Wars. It was going to be an MMO, and it was going to be different than things like WoW. It was going to be free. You buy the game, and you don't have to pay a monthly fee, and that was always cool. But in 2004, I was too busy playing Diablo 2, so I didn't care. And then in 2005, I met some other friends who were into Guild Wars, and Guild Wars Factions, the second expansion, was coming out. So I bought it. I was working at GameStop at the time. And me and my friends got really into Guild Wars. And we were into it for the rest of our college career. And then there was the rumors of Guild Wars 2 coming out. And those rumors were like a long time. This was like around 2006, 2007, I think the rumors of the second game coming out rose. And that game didn't come out till August 2012. So when I heard about this, I was super hyped. I had found a new guild, like an actual guild, in 2012, 2011. And we were like a super tight-knit group. And we started playing Guild Wars. And eventually we decided, hey, let's start a podcast about the lore of the Guild Wars universe. And 2 people decided they wanted to do a podcast, and they wanted me to be the 3rd host. So I was like, yeah, definitely, I'm in. So we recorded that every Thursday for like a year and a half, 2 years. At some point, people left the podcast, and then it became my sole purpose to run it and do all of that stuff. And as the game went on, and I got slightly more unhappy with some of the decisions made in the game over time, I got less and less interested about showing up for an hour every Thursday night to talk about it. We started originally doing the podcast recorded, only covering lore. Then we started live streaming it. And while we were live streaming it, it slowly became more of like a current events Guild Wars podcast where we talk about the new patches and other stuff and take viewer questions, and it was a whole thing. And I remember, I think it was 2012, 2013, Pokemon X and Y came out, and I like dove really hard back into Pokemon. And I remember like really wanting to talk about Pokemon, like, and dive into like how much I love that and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, but I can't. This is a Guild Wars podcast. That's stupid. So what I ended up doing was forming Nerd Immersion after that, because I wanted to talk about what I wanted to talk about without having to be limited. Like if I wanted to talk about Guild Wars 2 on Nerd Immersion, I could. But if I wanted to talk about Legend of Zelda or a comic book or a movie that I saw, I could do that. So I had way too much ambition with Nerd Immersion when I started, and that was not a bad thing, but it was also a bad thing. I wanted to basically be like a Cinemassacre or a IGN where I would cover everything, comicbook.com, right? I would cover books, I would cover movies, I would cover conventions, comic books, TV shows, video games, Dungeons and Dragons, costume and prop replica creation, cosplay, all this kind of stuff. And if you were to go and look at nerdimmersion.com, which I think you probably shouldn't because I need to like take that website down and adjust it because it's just super old and probably janky. But there's a ton of stuff there where I have like movie reviews and TV reviews. And if you look back at the channel, look back at Nerd Immersion, sort by the oldest video, it's like convention coverage, convention reviews, how-to videos for like making dress form mannequins to make costumes, how to do resin mold casting, how to like etch glass, and how to make Sharpie based coffee mugs, and a cooking show, and all sorts of stuff. And then with the release of 5th edition, I got really back into Dungeons and Dragons. Like I was into 3.5, and we had a couple campaigns on and off for a couple years that ended and just kind of dissolved. And then I got really back into 5e. And then that slowly became my thing where I was just like, hey, I like this. Oh, I found all these cool things like the spell cards. And I saw that there was a ton of news being released for 5e, and like people were missing out on it because it was hard to find. So I started doing weekly news updates for D&D, coverage of new books, and then very long story, slightly shorter than it was. Here we are. Okay. Okay, moving on. Sorry, guys, that was very long. But you got the whole story. More fake content. Agreed. Used to do a lot of in-store play. Hard to get invested. Oh boy, I missed a lot, huh? Where is it? Used to get invested, hard to get invested in one-shot characters. Agreed. Bad D&D is worse than no D&D. Also agree. I try to play games at stores. It's not great. Well, the problem is a lot of time at stores, more often than not, I feel like it's organized play. It's Adventures League, and that is basically competitive play, for lack of a better term, because it's like you're there to play a game, and it's going to take 2 hours regardless of whether you finish it or not. So you need to get through it, and it's not like there's not time for role play in Adventures League. Unless it's Adventures League run at a shop where people don't care about it and are running a pre-written campaign, or you're doing it at home. Best feat in Tasha's for level 4 sorcerers? Oh, probably Meta Magic, right? Or the, I guess, right? Meta Magic Adept? Probably. Get your 2 more sorcery points. I had a 14th level fighter take 40d6. Yeah, well, that's the problem with falling damage, right? You can just fall and die. Or not die, rather. Absolutely, I love the Shadowfell. I don't know if the Plain Book would be good. Yep. Cap at the level 5. Cap at level 5 feat system, part of the Steel Shot system. Oh, interesting. Have I ever played Adventures League? Yes, I have. Typically only at conventions. That's actually how I got my start in Adventures League. I was at MagFest in like 2016 for a random reason. And I was like looking for stuff to do, and like I love conventions and gaming conventions, costume conventions. I was always a big con fan, and I'd never been to MagFest. I'd heard good things. It was in Maryland, and I was just like looking for stuff to do, and I like stumbled upon like a D&D room, and it was all Adventures League, and I was like, oh hell yeah, I'll play some D&D. And then I got it, and then I was like, I got interested in the concept of the certificates and how you could unlock certain things that you couldn't normally have. You could play certain classes and get these sort of exclusive things, and I really enjoyed that. And then I would make characters, but then they've changed the rules and disregarded and legacy characters and blah, blah, blah. So now I'm basically starting fresh. And they removed PHP +1, which I agree with, but all of like my exclusive character stuff that I've gained over the years is just basically pointless now. So I'm back at square one, so I just haven't. Yes, Guild Wars is an excellent setting. I was actually planning way back in the day in 2014, 2015. I was gonna run a Guild Wars based 5e campaign. I remember I got as far as designing the races, and then I never got any further than that. And that was my plan, to make that and see if I could like get ArenaNet support from it in some way. But I never got around to doing that. By the way, if you search COT, like that's Chronicles of Tyria, COT podcast on YouTube, you can see all of those old, or listen to all of those old podcasts. And then when we went to video, you can see all of those old podcasts to see me circa 2012 in my basement in my old house. No gray hair, a lot younger, a lot more in shape. You can go enjoy past Ted if you wish. Advice on creating a D&D channel. Having done it yourself, I thought I'd ask. Well, I did it the wrong way, obviously, as I told you, where I started with a bunch of other stuff, and then I became a D&D channel. Probably one of the biggest things I could tell you is have something notable that makes it Dungeons and Dragons in the name. Because if you look at Nerd Immersion, what tells you that that's Dungeons and Dragons? Nothing other than word of mouth. But if my name was Dungeon Immersion or like D20 Immersion, you'd be like, oh, it's probably something to do with Dungeons and Dragons, and it might immediately, people would like see that and go look at it, right? That's like Dungeon Dudes, Taking 20, all these kinds of things. They have D&D or RPG related concepts in the name, so they draw you to it, right? It's not 100% the case. It's a very simple thing that I would have done. And at this point, it's too late to rebrand, to change things, so... Do I know of a good alchemist class for 5e? I think like the Pathfinder alchemist. I don't. There's probably a good one on the DM skill, and I'm sure there's like an artificer subclass for it. Do you like Pyramid and Mithra? Oh, Pyra and Mithra. I'm disappointed by them. I only played a little bit today, but I was having a lot of fun as Pyra. Pyra. I was having a lot of fun messing around with that. Just stupid, just so many upbeats. Just constantly Prominence Revolt over and over and over again. It's just so stupid good. Fate Touch and Shadow Touch, also good for... Yeah, that's true. I want to see a source book that delves into the Underdark, particularly Menzo Baranzon. Yeah, the closest thing you're going to get is like the little chapter about it in Out of the Abyss right now. Is there any reason as to why centaurs can't use lances aside from not being technically mounted? I feel like the exception should be made. That's probably, I don't know. You can obviously change it in your game. I don't think they had that forethought about lances back in 2014 that they were going to make centaurs a playable race in 2018. Oh, thinking of cosplay, have you seen the Taylor Swift song suing a theme park that's based on fantasy and magic theme, all because of the song Evermore? I haven't. That's weird and interesting. If you're a sorcerer and you take the metamagic adept, does it change that you can never have more sorcery points? Yeah, it says these are 2 additional sorcery points added to the pool you already have. So I think that it's designed to do that, but it specifically states that those sorcery points can only be used for the purposes of metamagic. So you can't use the 2 sorcery points gained by metamagic adept to convert into spell slots. They are just for metamagic use. So I think that's kind of how it gets around that loophole of that wording, which makes sense to me, right? So, I mean, and honestly, that's not bad, right? 2 quicken spells or whatever for free. Not bad. So, Yeah. Let's see where we're at follower-wise. Jumped up at all? 69, 381. Getting ever closer. Dummy. Yeah. I have good expectations for this book. I like small adventures. Yeah, so that's fine. Yeah, if you guys like small adventures and like that kind of stuff, like I said, this book is probably not for everyone, but it definitely has its place. So I don't think that it's like throw it away, but I do think that there is planning on a Drake Warden plus Pact of the Train pseudo dragon. Any ideas on how to get more dragons? I guess you could be a dragonborn, but I would say don't be a dragonborn. Be a custom lineage dragonborn, so you can still get the dragon. Be a dragonborn, but you can have custom lineage stats. Then use the custom lineage feat to get one of the dragonborn's racial feats from Xanathar's Guide. Then ask your DM if you can be a half dragon and apply the half dragon template from the monster manual to yourself. Get yourself draconic armor. Red like dragon scale mail. I did a video on this way back in the day. I used to have a character building show that I used to do on Wednesday nights. I used to do a live stream on Twitch called It Builds Character, where I used to build characters based on fans suggestions. And I think the 4th or 5th episode is, quote, the most dragony dragon. So let me see if I can find it. How to play August 21st, 2017. Here it is. I'll post a link for you right here, Erebus. It was you that asked, right? There you go. The most dragony, how to play the most dragony dragon. Granted, this was circa 2017, so things have changed slightly. But there you go. Speaking of mounting and lances, in one of my games I play a Minotaur who ends up charging a lot, and we have a halfling who ends up riding on my shoulders, a la Master Blaster. Would you think that he's on my shoulders, it would count as being mounted? We were joking about giving her a lance. I mean, I'd allow it, really, if you want, but I don't have any problems with that in my mind, so I'd let you do it. Oh, he said you can't take racial feats with custom lineage. Jeremy Crawford. Thank you, Andy Ailman. Great channel. You should do a top 10 overpowered class features. I'll add it to my list. Where's my pen? Overpowered class features, huh? I have added it to the list. I'm going to turn off the spoiler alert because I feel like we've moved on from Candlekeep Mysteries at this point. And now we're just chatting. That's dumb. I hate that the custom lineage doesn't let you take racial feats. So they're gonna bothers me. I'm upset. Because if you think about it, the whole concept of the custom lineage is so that you can free up your options and do things that you want to do and like specifically play a non-typical version of a given race. But in doing so, you're so non-typical that you can't take the things that typical races can take. It just doesn't sit right by me. I'm waiving that in my game. So if you ever play in one of my games, you're allowed to do that. No, Draven Dresden. I mean, Hexblade, that first feature, whatever the level 1 feature is. Well, the point of custom lineage, I guess, is so that you can make whatever you want. But if it doesn't function the way we're all discussing it functioning, it doesn't make sense to me, right? Like, so for me, I want to play a Way of Ascendant Dragon monk, but I want to be a kobold, but I don't want to be a stupid-ass kobold per the rules where you just get a +2 dex and nothing else, and have sunlight sensitivity and not even extended dark vision or any of the good stuff. So I would play a custom lineage kobold so I can have better stats and then get a feat. And that's what I would do. But for that purposes, I'd be a kobold with better stats. But then I mean, there's no kobold racial feats, but like I wouldn't be allowed to take them. It just doesn't make sense to me. Top 10 planes of existence to adventure on outside of the material plane? Sure. Planes? Sure, we can add that. Have you found a good source that outlines all of the 5e gods? No. I'm assuming you're talking about the Faerunian Pantheon. There's some in Sword Coast Adventures Guide, the book that time forgot. But that's about it. That's the best resource I think that exists out there. Yeah, well, it's weird, you know, and then like they slip in like racial feats into like Eberron has a racial feat in it. Like it's got one, or it's got a couple, I guess, of the marks and stuff, but they have the Revenant Blade elf. They slipped that one in there. Trying to, oh, right, I'm sorry, Jacob, I missed this. Trying to create an interesting, peculiar mushroom hag. Should I use the Circle of Spores Druid as a base and then spruce it up to be more hag-like? It's not a bad place to start. You can look at Myconids as well and see if you can steal anything from what they have with their spores and the spore servants that they can make. Now that I think about being a Dragonborn Drakeborn would be a waste because Drakeborn gives you Dragon Breath at higher levels as Yeah, I know, Dragonborn, right? Thought of doing anything new on your stream? John Athreos, in what way? I'm not sure what you mean. Yes, but the Mushroom Hag does sound really cool. I like it a lot. I'm a big fan. Man, I'm up to current on chat. This is wild. But yeah, thank you everybody who's come out to hang out, by the way. You know, I don't do live streams too often, but when I having to get these new books in early, everybody's always freaking out about the new book, so I like taking some time to chat with all of you. Well, I've gotten into Faerun. We've needed info about Faerun. Yeah, Forgotten Realms wiki is really good. Hey, be my decider for this decision. Should I make D&D videos or no? Day-night cycle, if you enjoy them, then yes. Don't feel like you should make D&D videos because you should. And I wouldn't say don't try to do this to get into it to try to make any money. Do it because you enjoy it, because it brings you joy in some aspect or another. It helps you chronicle things that you want to chronicle in one way or another. And then if you truly want to be successful, then find something you can do or do something that is truly unique that you haven't seen. What are you bringing to the table that nobody else is bringing to the table? That really helps to solidify who you are and your brand and go from there. If we're throwing out top 10 video ideas, top 10 plot hooks. Okay, I'll add it to the list, plot hooks. Just so you guys know, the way it works is I have a long-running list, and I put it out on a poll on my Patreon every week, and my patrons vote, and the winner of the week gets that Tuesday, and the runner-up gets the next Tuesday. So I do. That's how I do that. So if you guys want to be a part of that, now you can throw out these suggestions, and they make their way onto the list when they make their way onto the list. But the patrons get to vote on which ones come out. What was your inspiration for my homebrew world? So, Dan, that's interesting, right? So how, so if you, oh, thank you guys for the Voldemort. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. My inspiration for my homebrew world, Dan, was stuff that I like. That's how I started. Is things that I like in D&D that I didn't find present in Dungeons and Dragons in anything that I had, one of like the simple things I started with is I don't like 5e Dragonborn. I like the 3.5 Dragonborn. That's like a transformation that anybody undergoes. So in my world, Dragonborn, as you know them in 5e, don't exist. That was the thing, and I made a whole story around that. And I really like kobolds, but I feel like kobolds don't get to have the shine, their moment in the sun as far as like being inventors, because more often than not, gnomes outshadow kobolds, or gnomes are what everybody thinks of when they think of tinkerers and adventurers. So in my game, gnomes are really rare, and kobolds are pretty prominent, and kobolds are take the typical racial, slot that gnomes have as far as being the inventors. And then I just started thinking about like characters that I'd made that I thought were interesting, that like maybe I could make them into a legendary hero, and how could I fit them into the world, and what could I do there, and what kind of backstory did I want to have? And I was like, oh, I like gnolls, so let's make gnolls a big part of the history of the world. And I like this homebrew thing I found somewhere. Oh, let's make that part of it, and that kind of stuff. And then, sometimes it starts off small, so you start building a certain thing. I built my towns and my cities around people that I know. So that helped me be as like a fun way to, like a little callback and a tribute to my friends and family, right? Like I have one of my friends, Katie, there's a whole town that she helped design, so it's named after her. And then, I have the main kind of monastery abbey with the big library is named after my other friend, and it has a lot of concepts pulled from his like our time, and we've been friends for 33 years, so we kind of I pulled a lot of that into it, right? Like he used to do karate when we were kids, so that's a monk, it's a monastery. And we both grew up and we're really big into Harry Potter, so it has like a concept of 4 different sort of houses in the monastery, which are the 4 different kind of schools of like monk, the different paths you can follow as a monk. And then I decided that to separate those paths, they're based on color schemes, and they have the different colors mean different. If you're wearing red robes, it means something than if you're wearing black robes. And the robe colors are black, white, green, and red, which are themed after his favorite flavors of Mountain Dew. And the names are associated with it, right? So it's the Master of Codes, Code Red. Master of the Morning Dew is regular Mountain Dew. Master of Darkness is from Mountain Dew Pitch Black, and the Master of Light is from Mountain Dew Whiteout. Things like that. Stupid stuff like that. But like it starts off stupid and small, and then it spirals into a whole thing. I don't know if you remember. It's fine if you don't. Level 18 wizard DM said we're done. Despite 4 big bad evil guys wanting us dead, took my wizard out of this world. There you go. It's my favorite UA class that never came out. Mine is Primeval Guardian. It's unfortunate it didn't make it. Yeah, Primeval Guardian was pretty good. I definitely... What kind of campaign? Oh, I saw that from above. What kind of campaign would I hope Wizard publishes next? Honestly, at this point, I'm thinking Dragonlance, because I got Ravenloft, and that's what I wanted. Unless you mean campaign, then I'm going to say desert themed. What's your favorite UA class that never came out? Probably the sorcerers, right? The Phoenix Sorcerer, the Stone Sorcerer, the Sea Sorcerer. The Sorcerer one, I think, was a pretty good one that I liked. Or like the Sharpshooter Fighter, I also kind of liked. Help me decide which god's beings should be the parents of the Warlock patron I made up. Gen Con, think you'll make it to the next one? I've made it to the past 3 or 4. So I don't know if I'll make it to this one this year, because I'm still not really sure where we stand with COVID and conventions, because it's still set to be in like end of July. So is PAX East is still set for June, and I'm like, I don't know, this is kind of close. Is it worth it? Because I at the same time, like some of these are not that far away. PAX East is 3 months away, and at that point it's like I should be booking a hotel right now to prep for this. Like same thing with Gen Con. You should probably have your hotels already. So I don't know. Love all your stuff, but I'd like to know more about your thoughts on more things. Okay, hang on. I'm outside of the norm. Love all your stuff, but I'd like to know more about your thoughts on more things D&D other than the norm. Oh, I think I get what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know. I've been trying to keep consistent content, but experiment here and there. Like, people seem to like when I do stories about D&D related stuff, not like, just covering news or top 10 and things like that. What is one thing I like about the book? I like the ghost dragon, and I also like the magic items. Given the opportunity, would you work for WotC, or do you prefer being separate so you can voice your own opinion? Yeah, that's tricky, right? Because, like, everybody I've seen who goes to work for WotC stops whatever kind of thing they were doing, right? So if you were like making your own homebrew, like your own D&D content, and you get hired by WotC, you shut that down. It's what it seems like to me. So that's tricky. So, like, working at WotC, because here's the other thing, right? I'm not an idiot. I've worked in corporate America for a long time, and I've had a lot of different jobs from a variety of different things. And, I know how it works. So I could say, I'm going to go work for Wizards of the Coast, and I'm going to change it for the better. And I'm going to help us get all the stuff that you and I here are talking about now that we want to change about Dungeons and Dragons. I'm going to make that happen. And I could say that, and we'd both be idiots if we believe I'm going to be able to have that kind of an impact. Yeah, I might go in with some good ideas and get some stuff changed, but I'm not going to go in and just fix stuff and like, this is done. Get rid of this. We're going to fix it and make it better. Ranger revamp. Let's go. No one's going to let me do that. So to a degree, I enjoy not working for Wizards of the Coast because I like that I can voice my opinion on things that they're working on, and it doesn't impact me, right? It doesn't, like, I can be like, well, this is stupid. I don't like this. And I don't have to be like, well, am I going to get fired tomorrow because I mouthed off about what I didn't like? Like, I still don't know the logistics of what it would be like. Like, I think Nerd Immersion would have to stop because I'd be working at Wizards, and I don't know if they'd want me making videos. And then, like, at the same time, it's like, well, I'm probably going to be under NDA on a bunch of stuff, so I don't know if I could even do, like, preview or, like, speculation videos anymore because I know what it is, and then it's either I'm lying to you and throwing you off the scent because I know what's coming, or I get fired because I'm leaking information that I'm not supposed to leak. No, John, I just don't think I fully understood your comment. So, and I'm still not entirely sure I got it all. So, I would love to entertain your thoughts further. I'm not entirely sure. I think there might have been some typos. I might have missed it. I added top 10 D&D deities to my list. See a video on top 10 things to steal from other game systems. Okay. Other games. To D&D. Other game systems. Got it. How long have I been developing my world? About 2 years. And let's be real, it's not a full-time development. It's little bits here and there. When I get a strike of inspiration, I'll go off and do something. My current thing that I'm focusing on is deities because I want to eventually get my source book published. And I actually probably stand a pretty good chance of making that happen with some of the people that I know and the connections that I've made. Which isn't like a brag, that's just the truth. I would like to do that. But the world that I've been building with my players that we've been playing on Tuesday still uses the Faerunian Pantheon because that's what my players know. So what I'm currently been working on is designing my own Pantheon. And then I want to have, through the course of the campaign that we're playing, that realization that the Faerunian gods aren't their actual gods, and they like come up with a story beat why. So it doesn't seem weird for them that this happens, but then I can reintroduce my actual deities. So I'm working on, I have the list of deities that I want, I just need to come up with the names and the history. think the next race will be a half dragon. No, it'll probably be a draconic lineage, realistically. 5e visit of the Anarok Desert in the fall of Netheril. Yeah, I think if we're going to get a desert-themed game, like we had Arctic, we had Open Sea, we had City, we had Jungle. Desert seems like the next biome we will enter, and I feel like it will be the Anarok Desert. Yep. I forget what their one was, but the Cobalt Press one is, I backed that one too. I back pretty much everything Cobalt Press does because I love it. Looking at the history of D&D, what are your thoughts on the idea that eventually each edition reaches a critical mass and then it collapses under its own weight and launches a new edition? I think it's primarily sales, honestly. 5th edition, they've been so hypercritical on not releasing books and having book bloat that it's like it has people clamoring for new content, which is good, but you can only be strung along for so long before you get tired of it. So they've been towing that line really close. And I think as long as they don't get to like a new book a month, and maybe 5 books a year or 6 books a year, we'll be fine. But once the sales start to dip, then the rumors of 6th edition will arise for real. What happened with the DM whose group you joined the other night and he didn't follow the rules? So I didn't go back. There was 2 weeks. I was actually busy the past 2 Saturdays, and then tomorrow would be a day I was thinking about going back, but the shop's closed, so I won't be going back. So I might try to go back the following week just to see if it's as bad as I remember, and then we'll go from there. I think Whisper Bard bonus damage helps the subclass from not being useless, and since the rest of the subclass is focused on out-of-combat effects. Yeah, I do it, but the problem that a lot of people had when it first came out, and maybe they've tempered their opinions on it, is like you are a bard, and by that by using Whisper's Bard's ability to deal extra damage, you are being selfish when you could have given Bardic Inspiration to someone else for whatever use they need. Whereas the Psychic Blades feature of a Whisper's Bard is purely selfish for extra damage. I'm playing a Whisper's Bard in an evil campaign, so I don't care. I basically never give out Bardic Inspiration. I always use it for Psychic Blades. And I do like that it's any weapon attack, so I can do it with a crossbow. I could shoot somebody from a distance and then apply Psychic Blades to that. So I think it does help, and I do enjoy it, and I think I've really built my character around this concept really well, and that I like a lot. I wish the Artificer Wizard subclass had gotten a second pass and maybe seen an official version. I love the 5e Artificer. Yeah, I feel like that was really early, the original Artificer Wizard. That was like the OG Unearthed Arcana. I'm starting a campaign for a few new players and one wants to play a Sorcerer, a Phoenix Sorcerer. After looking it over, it seems pretty balanced. No, it's actually underpowered, the Phoenix Sorcerer, in my mind, because it's only fire damage. It has some stuff. I think it could be better because some of the things that it has are, in my mind, underpowered. Like, you can only do your kind of Phoenix Sparky thing once a long rest, I think it is. So let me see if I can find it for you. Did I ever publish it? No, I didn't publish it. I made updates to that class. I have to go in and look at it, but I made some. Actually, did I do a video on that? I think I did. I don't remember my own videos. Yeah, I did. Who said that? Travis. Here is a link to my Fixing the Phoenix Sorcerer video. Have I ever played Mouse Guard? No, but I saw some stuff. I've seen stuff about it. I have not played it, though. Any interesting subclass? New magic items. There's some good ones. No new subclasses. What about a third-party publisher, /helper? Would you take it if you were offered it, if I may? So, yeah, I'm working with some in, like, a different capacity. I've talked about it before, right? I'm working with Jetpack 7 on their Blackstorm Realms book. Which, we have a contract where I'm going to go through and, edit and try to make sure everything is in line with 5e and what people are asking for. I'm not going to say I have a pulse on the thumb of the D&D 5e community because I don't think that's true, but you guys are very... I do have the benefit of having a very active and engaged audience, and I do appreciate that because I feel like I do get a relatively good representation of what the community as a whole wants. And that allows me to decide, like, hey, you should include these things or remove these things from that. And that's what Jetpack 7 has hired me to do, along with designing 2 of the subclasses that are in the book. I've also had recent conversations with some other third-party groups that would like to bring me on for some other interesting projects that I can't really talk about at the moment. So you might be seeing more, my name popping up and being on more books in the future. So that's about, like, that's what I can do, but I can't commit to too many at the same time because I still do have Nerd Immersion. I still do have a family and a regular job. So, like, I can take sponsorship videos. Like, I'm doing this thing with the DMs Guild every Friday this month. We're doing DMs Guild content. I have a thing I'm working on with Hero Forge that I should have actually probably done by now, but they were so lax on getting back to me, I have to make a series of videos for them. So I'm doing stuff like that. And that's like a capacity, but at the same time, I don't know if I'd take on a full-time job. Because I'm not a writer, right? Like, I'm a guy who likes D&D. I'm not a writer. I don't have, like... I mean, not that I could say I'm not a bad writer, but that's not like I would not put that as a primary skill of mine. So, you know, I'll definitely help. And like I said, you'll see my name attached to things in the future for sure. But I don't know if I would ever take a full-time job with them because my, you know, like I also make a pretty, you know, decent salary at my current job. So, I don't know if I was going to jump ship to another company, it'd have to be a decent move. Have I encountered index card RPG at all? I have not. You can revamp it your own table unless you're... yeah. Custom world. Sounds a lot like mine. I appreciate your good taste. Oh, thank you. Yeah, well, hopefully I can get it published, and then you guys can all play in it if you want. And then when I have these live streams, I'll get questions about my own world, which I made up, so I'll know the answer, which will be nice. Getting a lot of dragonkin, reptile people, furry people. When are we going to get bug people? Yeah, I mean, people want their 3-keen. Anything surprising? Deja vu? Nothing too surprising. No, I wouldn't say. Pantheon and introduction in your campaign. Isn't there an elder god body that is used as a planet? Maybe something adjacent to that. Yeah, I'm working on it. I want to actually have... one of the concepts that I've been toying around with is the Faerunian gods took over the portfolios of all of the gods of my world. I just don't know why yet, and I haven't decided if they are malevolent in that they wanted to grow their portfolio and their power and their worship, so they took over a whole other realm's like followers into their own fold, or if it's benevolent and something happened and those gods got trapped or locked away or whatever, and the Faerun gods stepped in to help answer prayers. What are the key concepts in creating your pantheon? I don't think I have. Do I have that notebook here? Let's see if I have it here. If not, it might be upstairs. Well, I thought about what I like, right? What kind of gods I thought were necessary in a historical mythological sense, and then I went about making diametrically opposed versions of that, right? Because I figure that's like a key thing for most gods. Like, so you have like a god of chaos and you have a god of law, right? So you have someone that's the opposite of that. And I think that that's important. Is this the notebook? Yeah, it might be upstairs. I'll keep looking, see if I can find it. Nope, not this one. Is it this one over here? This is also a problem I have. Too many notebooks. Okay, it's not that one. Love to hear more details on your creation process to D&D races, classes, worlds, and the like. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I have some world building stuff kicking around. I used to do a stream on Monday nights where I used to do world building. Just see if those are still around. If I still have those videos, maybe I'll re-release them. seeing if I have my notes on my Pantheon in here. If not, like I said, it might be another notebook that's upstairs. It's the problem when you use multiple notebooks and you use them for multiple things. Yeah, well, it must be the notebook that I have 3 here, and it must be the one that's upstairs. Wait, unless this is it? No, okay. Anyway. Do you think they fixed the Ravenloft UA lineages, or do you think I think they're probably going to be pretty the same, honestly. I don't think they did a ton of work to it. I'd be pleasantly surprised if they did, but... It seems, Matthew Bell, seems like most of the one-shots, or most of the adventures, seem like they could be one-shots, but it's largely dependent, I think, on the combat, right? If it's got a lot of combat and high-level combat, then that just saps time. That's just how that goes. Join Cobalt Press. Yeah, listen, I know Wolfgang, the president, so if he's feeling like he wants to hire me, I'll jump on board whenever he wants. I'll help him out anyway. Do you happen to know the Blackstorm Realm book is coming out? I think we're targeting summer. There's a 3rd beta. If you backed it, you should have an email where there is the 3rd beta has released of it. So that's got like design stuff, and it's got the concept of my Oath of Exploration Paladin is in there and other stuff like that. I had a long discussion with my group about my disinterest in custom races. My opinion is that custom lineage actually replaces race diversity. It's an interesting concept. It's just a mess. I think if it started one way and went another way, I don't mind it personally. I think it's fine. I like options. I stated that before. Anything that gives me more options, and having someone with a min-max background like myself, I can play races that I would never have touched before, that I like for the lore-wise or the secondary abilities, and then take ability scores that fit what I would like. So, I haven't watched AJ Pickett's live streams, but I do watch his videos. I have to actually follow up, because I don't know if you guys know, it's over on the Venture Maidens YouTube channel. I did an interview for the D&D Block Party last year. I did like an interview with Mr. Rex, Jordan, and AJ Pickett, the 3 of us. I interviewed them on like creating lore videos and stuff like that, and answering questions that you guys came up with. And we had a bunch of questions we didn't get to, and I wanted to do a follow-up. So I'm going to see if I can reach out to those guys and get them back and do another video here on this channel. Do I have any videos on my own world? If I ask, please. No, I don't have anything on my own world, actually, because I haven't felt confident enough to like put stuff out there in it. Thoughts on a melee ranger with druidic fighting style using shillelagh and pumping wisdom? It's an interesting concept, and I don't see why it wouldn't work. You'd be a quarterstaff focused ranger. I'm down. I like the concept of a melee ranger. The Drake Warden ranger that I told you I wanted to play earlier on, I actually wanted to focus on using a greatsword. So it'd actually be a strength-based ranger, which would be an interesting concept to me. Let's see. Creating a pantheon as a novelistic test. Yeah, it is not easy. Because it started, like, I started making deities, and then I was just like... Because at first I was just like, how do I want to go tight and be like Eberron, and you got like 5, or was it, no, Theros, and you've got like 5 gods? Or do I want to go hard the other way, like Faerun, where you've got like 1,000,000? Then I was like, well, let me just think about concepts, right? Like, what is a concept? Who would pray to what gods would you pray to, right? If you were looking for, salvation, what situations would you pray to people for? Okay, let's think about this. And then, like, does this pantheon cover this and this? But the problem that I've run into in pantheon creation is deities of other races, right? So we know in Faerun we have like the gods. We have Mistra, we have Tymora, Bashaba, Shar, Selene, blah blah, Torm, blah, whatever. But then you have like Moradin and the whole slew, and Clangeddin and Dumathoin and all the dwarven gods, and then you've got Corellon, Larinthian, and all the other gods of the elves, and then you've got Eliastrahi, and you've got Lolth and Drow gods, and Garl Glittergold and other halfling gods, and you got this whole series of other deities for other races. And that's where I'm like, I feel like I want to have that, but that's just like a whole nother thing to do. That's a pain. Matt Happy birthday, Matt. I hope it's going great. And you can give a big shout out to your friend Mike for asking me to wish you a happy birthday. So, hope you have a great one. Stay safe out there. And a happy birthday from Ted from Nerd Immersion. Any word on a D&D Beyond code? No. And actually, my contacts at D&D Beyond are some of the people that are leaving. So, I should probably jump on that. I'll figure out if I can do that, Nat, sir. I will get back to you. Do I like big butts? Can you lie? Well, if I do like big butts, so therefore I cannot lie. So there's your answer. Do I have a Discord? Yes, Nerd Immersion does have a Discord. We have, God, thousands of members. I don't know if it's at 5,000, 10,000. We have a bunch. There's actually you should be able to see it if you go down below this video. I think there's in the description. Yeah, you'll see for marketing, you'll see shipping. And then you'll see a Discord server link right below it. There it is. Whoever asked that. Moon Ring. There it is. I just posted it. If I could play more D&D, what type of campaign would I be interested in? Combat focused or RP focused? I think J-Dubs, I think I'd like a mix of both. I feel like D&D is like most of the, not all, but a lot of the mechanics of classes are combat focused. So a lot of, not 100%, but I feel like a lot of the identity of classes is defined by what they can do in combat. Again, not everything, but that's how I feel. So I think RP is great, and I like RP, but I also like feeling like a badass by fighting stuff. And I think that that's a fine line to walk, but as long as everybody's on the same page, then everybody wins. Because I know I've had campaigns where I've run it with like my players and they're like, we didn't fight anything that campaign. But then like when we get into a combat, they're like, oh my God, that was so refreshing. And it's just like, all right, so do you not like my stuff? I don't know. If I got a melee Drake Warden, it really works and is super supportive, especially with Thorn Whip. Yeah, I think it could be a lot of fun. I think it's easier to start with a culture, a history, geography, and baddish events and taking into consideration when it comes into making a pantheon. Yeah, I don't know. Well, again, my world has been established and stuff's going on there. I just used the Faerun gods, and now I have to backdoor into my own pantheon. So, it's been fun though. I've been enjoying that. That's something that as someone who, likes mythology a lot, that's just been a nice thing for me. Horizon Walker Ranger Battlemaster Fighter with a Greatsword and Zephyr Strike. Make at least one god for each race. Still seems like a lot. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, when you look at, like, Faerun, the dwarves have a whole pantheon. I can think of 4 dwarven gods right off the bat. Right? Dumathoin, Clangeddin, Moradin, and Sharendlar. Like, those are 4 gods I can just think of easily for the dwarves. So, yeah, I don't know. Melee Rangers are a lot of fun, but it really works best when the DM allows Mike Whirl's old Whirling Blades fighting style. Yeah. Just joined the stream. I was wondering what your first impressions of Candlekeep have been overall. It's not a bad book. It's not my favorite. It's not for everybody, but if you like prepared short adventures, then this is the book for you. What do you think on D&D books having a discount code for a digital copy? If they were all in-house, if D&D Beyond was in-house for Wizards, then they would do it. But because of the fact that it's 2 different companies, I think that that's probably why we don't have it. Made a campaign where it's Evil World Ender versus Evil World Ender, and it was crazy. And Thar's-Doom versus Dendar. Yeah, I can see that. Speaking of big butts, Sir Mix-a-Lot is a big ham radio fan, and we used to do radio checks prior to deployments. That's awesome. Have you ever thought of review popular, interesting class and other fun homebrew videos? Yeah, it's just, hard to get time. What's my favorite pizza toppings? Pick 3. Mushrooms was actually my favorite topping on a pizza. And well, here's the thing. I like mushroom pizza, but I don't want anything else on my mushroom pizza, just mushrooms. I like ham on a pizza, and if I get a ham pizza, I want it to just be a ham pizza. I'm very weird like that, I know. And then if I had to pick a third topping for a pizza, it would be like ziti, like a ziti pizza. I know that's like a weird one, but I really love that. Thoughts on Critical Role as a whole? It's fine. I watched Campaign 1 pretty religiously when it was on. I liked it a lot. I saw the live show, the one live show they did at Gen Con. I was there for that. And then Campaign 2, I watched pretty consistently through like the mid-90s or so, and then I've just fallen off, and there's been like 30 episodes, and now it's just a daunting task to catch up. And I'm not driving to work, so I used to be able to listen and catch up on the episodes while I was driving to work. And I don't have that now, so I don't like have time where I can just sit down and listen to Critical Role to catch up. Hot take: guidance is better than bardic inspiration at low levels. Guidance is better all the time because it's always useful, and it's a non-resource. You can just use it as much as you want. The only difference is bardic inspiration is not concentration, and guidance is. Have I ever looked at the old monster manual and seen a monster you think should be in 5e? Yes. See my 2 videos, top 10 monsters. I think there's 2. Top 10 monsters from D&D 3.5 I want in 5e. Those cover that pretty well. I was the odd man out in my group. Seems like the only one who hates 5e combat. I like 5e combat, but I also like roleplay. What are your picks of top 10 or 3 best player rewards in Candlekeep Mysteries? Oh boy. Well, I think the monk punchy, or the unarmed strike, the gloves of souls catching, or whatever they are, the serpent scale mail, and there's a couple of like the boons or the charms where you get to do like things a limited time and then you use it and it's gone. Those are good. With basically 2 gods for every race in my homebrew, I ended up with around 30. Yeah, that'll happen. So out of all the modules, which one do you think has issues and how would you fix it? Be it bad writing, unfair encounters. Is this all 5e modules? If it's all of them and not just the ones contained in Candlekeep, then I'm going to say it's Tyranny of Dragons, because it was the first one and they didn't know what they were doing. And it's sad because Kobold Press wrote Tyranny of Dragons, but they were given kind of shoddy wording, I feel like. That's why the original version had so many references to rules that don't exist. I think it could be rewritten, and I think it could be done well. Also, fun fact, Tyranny of Dragons was written to be brutal and written to be lethal, because D&D's thought, which is hardly where they are now. I've heard this from someone who works at Wizards. When the original thought was, if you wanted to get into D&D and have an easy experience and like a fun experience that wasn't difficult, you would play the starter set adventure, Lost Mines of Phandelver. And if you wanted a really tough D&D challenge, you would play Hoard of the Dragon Queen and Rise of Tiamat. Do you think we can get a Monster Manual 2? I don't think they'll do it, but I think we need it. They ever revise the Assassin subclass? No, they won't. It's dumb, but they won't. Back to the Pantheon thing. One idea I had to have overlapping war gods, but with the added flair to individuality, the corporeal forms end up dying due to... Oh, that's interesting. Do you think Critical Role is staged? I've got some people who think that, and I don't know if it's fake or not. I think part of it is Critical Role being staged. I know that's probably going to get me a lot of flack, but I do think some of the stuff just seems too perfect. I don't think everything is, but I think some of it. I think there might be like beats determined ahead of time, and how they get to the beats is not like this is the things we want to do today, and like that's not uncommon in like obviously in stage, but I think you can even see that echo in some of your games. Like if you're like, hey guys, I'm the DM, what do you guys think you're gonna do today? And they're like, I don't know, we were thinking maybe this, and you could be like, as the DM, well, hey, I would, if we get there, I would like it if we could touch on blah blah blah, these 3 points, right? And then like however we get to those 3 points is however we get to those 3 points. And I think it's probably more like that. Was there anything related to giants in Candlekeep Mysteries? Yes, there are a couple of different giant stat blocks, like ghosts and skeleton giants. So there's some giant related things. Because of the departures, do you think that D&D Beyond is approaching some shift away from their currently provide? It seems like they want to be a virtual tabletop more than a book/character sheet provider. I think they might try to get a virtual tabletop as well as part of D&D Beyond. Like they might try to do both, and I think Wizards is going to probably angle to try to buy them. That's what I would do, where I WotC, so you can have that 100% in-house. They'll keep the teams and everybody involved, but just bring it in-house so that it's what you want it to be. What's my top piece of advice for a new DM? Talk to your players. Simple as that. You know, it seems silly to say it, but like level set. Like if you talk to your players and be like, hey, what do you guys want to do? What do you guys want to get out of this? What are your thoughts? What do you like? What don't you like? You get that all squared away up front, you're going to have a better time, right? If you find out that your players love combat and they hate role-playing, and you love role-playing and hate combat, well, then you just shut that down before it became a problem. Or if you love combat and they all love combat, then you know, don't maybe put a ton of role-play stuff in because they're more focused on killing stuff. But that also gives you an opportunity to learn about people's characters and what they like and what they don't like. Hey, I have this kind of sense of humor. Hey, I don't like this kind of stuff. Hey, I really love Skyrim, or I really love The Legend of Zelda, and that gives you a concept. Well, maybe I'll put dungeons with traps and keys and things, and you figure out that way. Hot DQ is supposed to be deadly. Mission accomplished. Yeah, I know. I love Dark Sun, but I'm afraid that the culture of WotC would update. Yeah, I think if Dark Sun does come out, it's going to be different, and it's going to make people upset. But that's just, I mean, the world is different than it was when Dark Sun came out, and that's just is how it is. Or your options, in my mind, are whatever you like from back in the day that had issues with whatever it was and needs to be updated to be more in line with the world we live in nowadays. You either get it updated to 5e and live with those consequences, or you just don't get it updated and that's it. I don't think there's going to be a middle ground. I think that's how it's going to be. You can either leave it in the archives to never come out again, or it gets updated and you have to live with the consequences. Personally, been having D&D Beyond just focus on what made them popular and not try to do a virtual tabletop. Agreed. I mean, the stuff that they have is great, and I wouldn't want to lose that. They clearly do prep sessions before. It can't not be all improvised. There's no way. Some of the monologues feel very pre-written, like a good group should. Yeah. Again, that live show that I went to, that's where it really clicked. Like, I'd heard rumors from some people that supposedly knew the insider secrets, and they were fast talkers and liars about a lot of stuff, so I didn't trust them on it. But I went to the live show, and if you're familiar with Campaign 1, this is the one where this involves the elixir of love that is given to somebody. I forget. I think it's to Percy. I forget. But like, it was a live show, so you want to get the crowd riled up and going, right? Because you're at a live show, and like the story beats. And the fact that this thing that hasn't come up in like 50 episodes just came up then in this episode, it just seemed too perfect for that to just come up organically, right? You know, and it was like, you could feel that it was generating a ton of like buzz, and the community was freaking out, and everybody was loving it. I could hear it when I went out like on intermission to go get a beer. Like, I could hear people were like losing their minds. So like, it worked clearly. But I think that that's just kind of how it has to be. And also the fact that they joke about, like, in my mind, they overly joke about how none of it is scripted. And to me, it's just like, you're trying too hard to throw people off. In my mind, like, it's going the other way for me, personally. Do you think of a rewrite release of Temple of Elemental Evil? Have you played it? Well, I played Princes of the Apocalypse. I ran that here on the channel. The whole thing is here. You can go check it out, which is supposed to be the spiritual successor, Temple of Elemental Evil. So that's about that. What are your thoughts on giving NPC foes class levels or just trim down PC levels? I do that. If it's an NPC that I really want to shine, I'll actually just build a character from start to scratch. I won't make it an NPC. I'll build a whole character because that's fun for me. So I do that. What advice can you give to one-on-one DMing? I'm thinking of running a game for my stepson. Well, you know, you need to. It's going to be interesting because it's one-on-one. I've never really run a one-on-one game before. so I don't really know. But obviously, you have one person, so it's going to be a benefit and a detriment that you don't have to. You're not going to be able to appeal to the players to push the story along because you have one. So you can't have them like group decide things because it's just one person. But you can really captivate that one person with how you do this. And who do you know? You know, you probably know your stepson really well, so you can really play to his interests and get the things that he wants in the game to keep him engaged and to provide that sort of one-on-one focus that you can't provide in a game with 4 or 5 players. What if that's why those guys left D&D Beyond? Yeah, that could entirely be the process. I thought that too, so. I want to ask if Candlekeep added any new items or spells for players. No new spells. There are a few new magic items, though. I've counted like 6, I think, so far. I'll do a full video on the new magic items once it's on D&D Beyond, because I can sort it easily, so I'll do it then. And I have a pre-written monologues as both a player and a DM, not a big deal. The love potion was because it was a live show, which was a good thing. I don't think any of the real story beats are scripted, though. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. You know, I don't, you know, you can believe whichever one you want to believe, and people love the story for whatever it is. I don't think it's anything worth getting into an argument over. You know, one way or another, it's fine. Like I said, if you start thinking about it through a critical lens of like some of this stuff has like things fit too well, it'll like some of that I feel like can start to unravel, but some of it does seem to truly catch people by surprise. And like I know they're voice actors and they're actors. Some of that is just the surprise is just too good. Like they can't fake some of that. I'm positive. Potion was given to Scanlan by Max and Grog. Percy, yeah, that's what it was. It's fine. Put the spoiler alert back on. Some part are scripted, but D&D also allows. Yeah, exactly. As a DM, I script stuff all the time, but my players have no ideas. I run Icewind and Dale. Any tips for making a good chill atmosphere? You know, I don't know. I haven't. You know, as far as like, you mean like coming up with ways to make it kind of make it calm or to make it like cold and chilly? I mean, like honestly, if you're like, if you mean like at the table, or do you mean like on like trying to describe it? Because like music can do a lot, like whipping winds, cold icy winds. Music can do a lot to just really set that calm that you're in a tundra. That's a good one. Or people's you know, like the sound of feet, boots, and snow. Would you like more lore on the giant races? I became so encapsulated by the giants' lore, by how they're supposed to be the protectors of lesser races from dragons and other threats. That could be interesting. I mean, I'm always going to accept more stuff. I know it's mostly focused on Candlekeep, but for Ravenloft, is there a domain you are excited to see them flush out? Well, there's a werewolf. There was a domain that was werewolf based. I don't remember what it was, but I'd like to see that. This Frankenstein one sounds kind of interesting too. Simple support, yeah. Any advice on running a drow player through theatricals of Lolth? Oh boy. There's a couple drow books back in 3.5 that you might be able to look into to find some more information on that. There's obviously the Faerunian books, but I think there's like a Drow of the Underdark, and I think there's an Underdark book as well. You might be able to find some stuff in there. And then I don't know which ones I would tell you to pick, but there's some good, the Drizzt novels, obviously, right? Always have a lot of drow, obviously, stuff in them. And the Underdark ones have a lot of stuff about Lolth, so you might be able to pull some stuff from that. Do I find it weird that most, if not all of it, Forgotten Realm are chose to set on the Sword Coast. Yeah, I do think it's weird, honestly. Which adventure do you think epitomizes the changes in 5e from previous editions? Probably Storm King's Thunder, because I think that was the first like really well-written one that was after Wizards of the Coast decided to develop their own stories in-house. Because if you don't know, Princes of the Apocalypse, Out of the Abyss, and Tyranny of Dragons were written by third-party companies for Wizards, not by Wizards in-house. I do want to ask, what do you think about more elemental themed book along with more info on the setting? Info on the elemental planes and Kalashan. Yeah, I mean, I'd love a book of the planes, or several books of the planes, like a book of the higher planes, book of the lower planes, book of the elemental planes, Astral Sea, all that stuff. You know, of the 3E Devati race, they're a bit odd mechanically. I remember them. I remember that they exist, but I don't remember their mechanics. I read them recently. Just got off work. How's the book? It's good. It's got some stuff. It's got some good magic items. Got some interesting stat blocks. Some good stuff about Candlekeep, and a bunch of short adventures that are interesting. I can't speak to the mystery because I didn't read them all front to back. And if you like short adventures and a collection of them, this is the book for you. But if you're only going to buy one book this year, I would not buy Candlekeep Mysteries. I'd wait for some of the other stuff coming out later. Do I own any of the Goodman Games books? Yes, I have Isle of Dread. I didn't grow up with those old modules, so I'm not like as nostalgic for seeing that. But I do like reading through and seeing the 2E stuff and then seeing the 5E conversion. I think that's pretty good. And it's always nice to have extra adventures that you can pull out and use if you need to. And I like that concept. I'd love to see more of that from the 3E stuff too, not just 2E. What's my favorite D&D adventure? Favorite D&D adventure is hard. I really like Curse of Strahd. I had a good time with it. So I guess that kind of stands out currently as my favorite. I don't know if it really is though. Are there any Gorian, Tetheril, or Firebeard Elven Hair cameos? I don't know. If I'm being honest with you, Fry Minis, I saw a couple of people. Let me see if I can find any names. Yeah, just a quick look at some of the names that are like listed for Candlekeep. They might be hidden amidst the adventures. I just haven't gotten a chance to find those yet. But I don't see them in any of like the base Candlekeep stuff. Doesn't mean they're not in here, but they're kind of squirreled away in the adventures. Looks like. Yeah. A Netherrealm campaign would be interesting. They kind of have the weird allusions to that stuff in Icewind Dale, so they're thinking about it. Which Magic Gathering setting do you think they'll adapt to 5e, and which ones would you look forward to? I don't know the Magic settings. Whatever the one that has Godzilla in it. I don't know what it's. It's a recent one. With the Godzilla crossover cards. That's what I want. I also want Godzilla stats, official ones. Data suggestions for references on magic items that might be found in the Shadowfell. Oh boy. Sword of Sharpness, for some reason, sticks in my head as a thing you could find there. I don't know why. I have no good reason why, but I just think of that. Maybe a Cloak of Displacement. You could do a cloak of the Cape of the Mountebank, but make it shadowy instead of brimstone. There's not really mentions of Spelljammers, but there is a spaceship in one of them. One of the towers could be a rocket. Yeah, no, I know there's been a lot of questions about different characters from Candlekeep, and I haven't read through the entire thing. This would definitely be a great reason to have a PDF or a digital version so you can search things. Anything from the DM's Guild you would definitely recommend. The Monster Manual Expanded series. Both of those books are fantastic. I did a video on it today, Gesh's Guide to Making Things. I do that. I do the Armor Handbook. If you like Avatar: The Last Airbender, I'd recommend taking a look at Incarnate: Last of the Lacers. That's a pretty good one as well. And we have a sexy librarian. I didn't see anything about a sexy librarian. Call back to the last stream. Judges Guild Dark Tower has 2 things you find interesting. Sons of Set, Lions of Metro. Okay, very cool. I have seen the newest episode of WandaVision, but I don't want to spoil it for anybody else. But yes, it was good. Does Candlekeep Mysteries appear to be full of politics for no reason? I don't see any of it, no. Ikoria is the Godzilla one. Yeah, then that one sounds like fun. With your recent aberration video, I'm curious what aberrations would you want to see adapted to 5e? Well, stay tuned for probably future top 10 videos, because I will likely make that a topic. Top 10 3.5e aberrations I want to see in 5e. I might have covered some aberrations in my top 10 monsters that I want from 3.5 to 5e, but do you think Watsu will ever make adventures for 5e similar to the Barrier Peaks sci-fi mixed with fantasy? I would like that, but I don't know if we'll see it. Kamigawa setting, the Wizards, yeah, probably wouldn't touch that. What are some good settings, old or new, with non-Western, or new with non-Western fantasy? I'm not the best person to know, because I don't know like a ton about old campaign settings. Ghostwalk, I think, is non-Western fantasy. Has the Necronomicon. Yeah, probably. I say your content comes across well thought out. Seem kind of. Oh, thank you, Travis. Appreciate it. Any cool magic items in the book? Yeah, there's a cool item for monks or unarmed strike fighters. And there's a really cool set of non-attunement scale mail that lets you add your full dexterity modifier to it, which is pretty sweet. You have an easy way to sort monsters from third-party monster books. I own the 3 Kobold Press monster books, and it takes forever to look through them for the right monster. I haven't found one. If you find one, let me know. What is the most powerful monster in Candlekeep? It's Miriam, the ghost dragon. She's a CR22. Second to the Lycan Lich, which is a druid-based lich, which is challenge rating 18. Keep 1, Ghost of Saltmarsh, Tales from the Yawning Portal, Candlekeep Mysteries. Tales from the Yawning Portal. Would you say this book is better than Tales of the Yawning Portal? I'm going to say no, because I think Tales from the Yawning Portal wins for the nostalgia factor. Isn't there a Ghost Silver Dragon in Candlekeep? There is. Miriam, the Ghost Silver Dragon. The Sentinel Worm. She's a challenge rating 22. Ever think we're going to get official 5e Dragonomicon? I sure as hell hope so. Have I used Hyman's Harvesting Handbooks? I have them. I have not read them yet. They're on my list of things to read. Could you make a video about your favorite campaign you went through and the worst? Sure. Definitely could do that. Yeah, I can make that. Let me write that down. Okay. Yeah, I could definitely do that. Damn, we've been at it for almost 4 hours, guys. Yeah, I gotta read through those books. They're pretty good. What's your favorite Forgotten Realms place besides the Sword Coast, or rather the most fun to explore? Aside from the Sword Coast, I think the Moonshae Isles are pretty interesting. Cormier's pretty interesting. I've read through White Plume Mountain, but I have not run or played it. What is the one non-D&D tabletop RPG system I would like to try out? Changeling, The Lost from White Wolf Games. I own all the books for the first edition and several of the second edition books because I've always wanted to play it and I could never find someone to run it for me. Would you recommend Candlekeep as a complete adventure to run or take bits out? I think it'd be more of a bits and pieces than a full campaign because it's not really designed to be strung together. Well, I don't consider that a campaign with the guy with the weird rules because that wasn't that was just like, for all intents and purposes, at this point, a one shot. I do have some campaigns that were bad, so I do have some things I could talk about for sure. Is there anything in this book that you would like to see a mini of? The dragon, the ghost dragon, 100%. Give me that ghost dragon. I need more dragons that I'll never use, but I need them just to have them. Favorite non-D&D RPG? Well, again, I'd like to say Changeling, but I never played it, so I can't really speak to that. Out of the ones that I've gotten a chance to play, it's got to probably be the Buffy the Vampire Slayer RPG, because that's the one I have the most experience with. I ran a campaign in that for 7 seasons. Have you ever looked into the Pugilist class? I have. I could make a video on it. It was on a list somewhere, but I never got around to it. LeVar Burton should be in Candlekeep. Yeah, I mean, I would love a Reading Rainbow cameo. His daughter, Mika's doing all sorts of stuff with Critical Role, so that's an opportunity. That's a missed opportunity by Wizards. Had an idea of making a homebrew hybrid class of Echo Knight and Astral Monk. How dumb of an idea is that? Could be interesting. Want to get your thoughts on something. In many games I've played, many players don't like the Wild Magic Sorcerer. Why do you think many players have a stigma against Wild Magic Sorcerer? Because, like, number 35 on the Wild Magic Sorcery table is a fireball centered on yourself. And I've been in a game store where I watched an entire party wipe because the Wild Magic Sorcerer killed the whole party at level 1. I've seen it. It wasn't my party, but I was at the table, or I was at a table and I heard it happen behind me, where the DM had him roll in the Wild Magic Surge table, and he rolled whatever it is, 35, I think is what it is. I could be making that number up, but it does cast a fireball centered on himself, and they were a level 1 party, and he killed the entire party and wiped the whole group. That's why people hate Wild Magic Sorcerer. WotC will release an amended Candlekeep with the appendices? No, definitely not. What is my opinion on Benjamin Huffman's Pugilist class? I have not reviewed it, but I will because you guys asked. There's actually, I think the guys at Baldwin Games for Adventures League wrote a whole Moonshae Isles series of adventures, which is cool. You think WizKids will build a set around Candlekeep? I don't think that's in the works, but it might be. Maybe they might do the dragon because it's unique, but that's probably about it. Have I ever given a Dragonlance out as a magic item? No, because I was never really big into Dragonlance, so I never have. I don't think the perks of Wild Mage and 5e really outweigh the RNG. Agreed. Because I mean, it's dumb. Like, it's. I don't know. I don't like it, and I don't think the other abilities of the class are great. Like, you do it because you're like, haha, wild magic. I don't feel like the other abilities are used enough. They're useful at times, but I don't feel like they are better than the dragon magic sorcerer by any means. What was your favorite paladin subclass? It's Oath of the Ancients. It's not original. It's the original, one of the first ones out of the original 3. I also like Oath of Redemption, though. I'm a big fan of that one. You enjoy that vampire on Moonshae. 5th fireball spell centered on self. It's a first. It's just a regular third level fireball, but that's 8d6 centered on you. And even if you save at level 1, you can probably kill most of the party, which is what happened in that story. Who's my favorite villain in Waterdeep Dragon Heist, and do you think it's a good idea to try to run all of them? So I was actually supposed to run a Waterdeep Dragon Heist campaign, and we just never got around to it. Players have characters built, and we were all ready to go, and it never happened. I think probably Xanathar, because it's the one I know the best. What do you feel is the most underused / underappreciated subclass? Scout Rogue, in my mind. Thoughts on moon rats? Rats on a moon. Unless I don't actually know what you're specifically referencing, so I can't give you a true opinion. Unless you mean like, oh, I think I know what you might mean. But if it's what I'm thinking, that's cool. If it's not, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I know I have. Listen, I have a item in my games. It's a Pearl of Power that lets you summon, lets you get back a 4th level spell slot, up to a 4th level spell slot. But when you use it, it triggers a wild magic surge because one of my players loves random tables and like all that nonsense. So that's what it is. You know, I have that in my game. I put it in my game willingly because he likes that kind of stuff. But I do also recognize that it can completely ruin everybody's day. Let's see. Would you consider making videos reviewing homebrew / third-party subclasses and or videos explaining your thought process creating? I could. It's not like my forte, but I do have some subclasses and stuff that I've made, so I could do that. Undead Warlock UA. It's the only Warlock other than Hexblade that I've ever considered playing. Would knowing a very obscure language get you into Candlekeep as a... Yeah, probably. I'd allow it in my game. If you were to make a hybrid class combining 2 different classes and make their kits work together, what is the outcome and what would the classes merge? I would merge Druid and Ranger because Ranger is bad, and I want to be a Druid with an animal companion. What do you think about Adern Bradford's move to Demiplane? That would be a great interview. You are correct. I did see that, and I didn't make a video on it because I don't know enough about it, but I could reach out, see what happens. Muppets TTRPG when? Well, if you've seen what happened with Stuff of Legend, I don't know if people are going to want to do that. Have I seen the D10,000? I have. I've actually used it in a couple games. You think it's okay to take a break from a campaign of the party? Yes, 100%. Do not be afraid to take a break. You could take a break from D&D entirely. You could take a break and let somebody else run a one-shot to just change things up. Guys could all just hang out and play video games or whatever the case may be, but it's totally fine if you're feeling burnt out or things aren't moving in the direction you want to take a break. Step back, level set, and then come back in. What at the table, was at the table on a PC, another PC Ground Zero fireball the party, or we cast a lightning bolt single stream during combat? Yeah. Do you have any opinions on what villains oh, that's not for me. Okay. What class would you like to see get a new subclass, and do you have any playable races that you would like to see introduced into 5e? Yes, I actually have 2 videos on top 10 races from D&D 3.5 that I'd like to see in 5e. I would recommend you check out those 2 videos. It's not exactly 10. I think it's like 17 between the 2 videos, but I would love to see those races ported over. What class would I like to see get a new subclass? Let's see. Maybe... Oh, I don't know. Warlock, maybe? Maybe Barbarian, actually. How do you feel about more monstrous races? Oh yeah, I love them. Do whatever you want. Play your whatever race you want. I love that. I wouldn't go with Illithid, though, because that's a little nutty. Or Quaggoth. They're both very, like, out there as far... I don't feel like there's any reason you should be playing a Mind Flayer, personally, because it's just like, they're so alien and evil, and they're all bound to a mother brain, or an elder brain, typically. But if you really want to, I mean, do whatever you want. But that's like, I allow like monstrous races. I have no problem with that. But that's a little far-fetched for me, personally. Is there any way to say... Is there a way to say I was sent to you for DM's Guild? Considering... if you go... I can... if you go to... I can... Here. Wow. Words, Ted. Try that again. I can... If you go to my videos for the DM's Guild on those Monster Manual Expanded, you can, what's it called? You can use my affiliate links, or I can just send it to you. Is there a way I can just give you my thing? Let me see. Stand by. Seeking to Candlekeep magically. You might be able to. I didn't really read too much on that particular part. You work for a power company, right? What is something crazy you have seen on the job? Oh, I saw. Well, I didn't see it firsthand, but I did see someone that was just burnt to a crisp and basically burnt right into the asphalt. Dragon Warlock Patron, definitely. Can I ask 5 mechanics question? If a player in a situation I have 2 things giving advantage and 1 that gives disadvantage, per 5e rules, it just cancels out. Doesn't matter how many advantages and how many disadvantages, they cancel. It doesn't, like, if you have 2 advantages and 1 disadvantage, you don't cancel 1 and then get advantage. They always cancel out. I work for a power company. Yeah, James Moore, if you find the videos, you'll see there's links in the description. Those are affiliate links. And that does that. Let's see. Yeah, that's probably the best way. Yeah, I heard a lot about, we had a lot of stuff going on about Texas, and we heard a whole bunch, sorry it happened to you guys. Who's my favorite demon lord? Yinagu is my favorite demon lord, and my favorite archdevil is Glacia, I think. Favorite music / band. That's hard because I've had a lot of different musical tastes over the years. My taste has really shifted a bunch from a variety of sources, from everything to like popular pop music, country, rock, you name it. I've been all over the place. I don't know, what's a good favorite music / band. I'm pretty much living primarily in classic rock for the past 20 or so years, so I probably would land in a classic rock realm. I guess I might just go with, like, I don't know. For some reason, the first thing that popped into my head when you said favorite band was Foreigner, and I know that's not my favorite band, but that's what I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with 3.5 as the best edition because I just have so many fond memories of it. Am I a lineman? No, but I do work in the field, or work in the electrical utility field. How much details on Candlekeep itself? Would it be worthwhile for me to read through? Yeah, if you want to have good Candlekeep lore, I'd say read through Candlekeep lore books. You've got about like 20 pages in here, and that's about it. My party accidentally killed an NPC with a chicken tonight. What is the craziest thing to happen to me in a game? That is tricky. What is the craziest thing that's ever happened to me in a game? Oh, that's a lot. There's a lot to go through. I'm trying to think back to some funky thing that might have happened back in the day. I convinced an entire town to rally against a forest as a druid to burn the forest to the ground, and then when the forest got angry, I ditched the entire town with the rest of the party, and then the town, we assume, got destroyed. We never went back and found out. Are you more interested in Candlekeep after reading? I'm more interested in Van Richten still, for sure. Yeah. I'm sure you asked this quite a bit, but I want to know, what's the main rule / class, the subclass you don't understand or don't like in 5e? Mine is the fact that Warlock is a charisma caster. I mean, I made the video about Sorcerer, so I kind of feel like Sorcerer being a charisma caster bugs me a bit, but I don't know. I heard a lot of people argue against Warlock as a charisma caster, and I could see that too. Yeah, that's probably a good one. Quick question: do you get better at making things up on the fly? How do you get better? Oh boy. I think it just kind of happens naturally, I think. Like, I mean, I do most of my DMing by the seat of my pants. There's a couple of good books out there though to kind of train your brain a little bit, and I would recommend these guys. The Lazy Dungeon Master's Workbook and Return of the Lazy Dungeon Master. These are really good for if you have to think of stuff on the fly or make up or come up with stuff with a short period of time. There are pretty good ways to give you some ideas and kind of exercises, mental exercises to put yourself in that mindset. Makes your taste in music shifting. Have you ever had a time where you listen to metal? A little bit. I wasn't like a huge metalhead, but I did have like portions of my time where I listened to metal. Planescape in 5e would do well. Agreed. DeWalt, Craftsman, or Milwaukee. If I had to pick between the three, I'd pick Milwaukee. But I own tools from all three of those. But I also recognize that Milwaukee, a lot of the time, you're just paying for a name. So DeWalt is definitely a more everyman tool, like a pretty great tool for a homeowner, and they're also relatively contractor grade as well. But like I have a Craftsman table saw in the garage, and a lot of my hand tools are Ryobi. A lot of people don't like Ryobi or the Home Depot brands of tools and stuff, but I enjoy those. It's whatever battery platform you get into, honestly. Whatever starts you down that road. But like I had to go buy a hammer drill, an electric one. I didn't have to buy a hammer drill. I needed a drill to stir up, to stir leveling compound. And I was like, well, I might as well just buy a hammer drill so I don't have to have that. And I was like, well, this Milwaukee one's rated well, I'll buy that. So I did. But I have I have various DeWalt tools and a bunch of different stuff. So, it is what it is. What is my fondest D&D memory? I don't want to get like super sappy and nostalgic here, but like it's not even the D&D memories of playing like in game. It's just the time and like I almost feel like I'm getting choked up already, which is like keep it together, but just like the concept of that when I was in my senior year of high school and the first campaign that I ever played in, just like knowing that I knew what my plans were on Saturday, and I was 17 and I didn't have any responsibilities like I do now. I didn't have to worry about bills or any of that kind of stuff, and like I can just remember the joy on a Friday night because I knew Saturday morning I was going to go play D&D. And like I was a super studious kid in high school, so I'd have all my homework done Friday night, and I'd hang out and I'd be playing video games till it was time to go to bed on Friday. And then I remember I'd get up in the morning, I'd be so excited, it'd be early morning, and I'd go and I'd get in my car and I'd drive to the local deli, I'd get a cup of coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich with salt, pepper, ketchup. And I'd drive over to my local fish and game club, and I'd climb the stairs to the upper floor to the indoor archery league, where alongside my mom and my dad, I would help teach youth archery to kids of varying ages. And then I'd finish youth archery, and then that would be right around lunchtime. And then I'd drive like a little bit ways down the road across the street, up the winding path through the woods, to pick up my friend who was the dungeon master and his younger brother who was one of the players. He'd come out with a giant duffel bag full of D&D books, which was basically like the greatest treasure of all time. I'd drive us to a place to grab some lunch, And then we drive into the town where we all grew up and went to high school and drive over to our other friend's house and go down into his basement. And then we'd sit down to play D&D for like 6 to 8 hours. And then we'd get up and leave. I'd drive them back to their house, drop them off. I drive back to the Fish and Game Club to shoot in my traditional archery league, excuse me, that night. And then I'd go home and play video games till Sunday morning. And then hang around, do whatever I wanted on Sunday, and then, go to school on Monday. And just like the memory of the times that we had playing D&D like that was just wild, It was just so much fun. And we were just a bunch of goofy kids playing D&D. Nobody had minis. We had like 3 sets of dice between the 4 of us. Lord of the Rings was out, so everybody was making references to everything Lord of the Rings was super common. I mean, how like YouTube wasn't even a thing. You can look up D&D stuff. Like that wasn't even a thing. I mean, this right here, this piece of rainbow colored string, this was my druid's giant crocodile animal companion. This used to just sit on the mat in like a 15-foot line. This was this. We found this somewhere. Whoever had random shit would pick the different minis. Would use that same like tear out white battle mat from the back of the DMG for 3.5, and we would use all of his D&D books to pile up to make like the buildings and the terrain. And just like the absolute joy I would get when I would ask him if I could borrow one of the D&D books to take it home and read it before we played. So I would go like read Complete Adventurer or Complete Champion to like learn about new prestige classes and figure out what I was going to do with my character. And yeah, that's my best D&D memory. The lockdown and everything, my girlfriend really wants to play D&D in a duet, just me and her. I've read a lot about DMing, but putting it off. Any tips? Well, I mean, first of all, if it's your first time playing, you guys, you don't, there's no expectation there, right? There's a couple of really good duet adventures on the DMs Guild, so I check those out. And again, because it's your girlfriend and you know her well, you can cater the adventure and the campaign to her. Spend hours making characters. Have you ever read any of the monsters? I have the Monsters Know What They're Doing. I have not read it yet. When is the studio going to be finished? As soon as I... Listen, I was laying floor tiles before at 9:28 p.m. Eastern, and I was like, oh shit, I gotta go stream. So here I am. So it's whenever I get the time. Ted's Tool Time sub channel. Yeah, well, that's, believe me, that's what people have asked for it. We'll see. I think Watts is going to get rid of races. Yeah, it seems like they're going the lineage route. Part of me would agree with people arguing to change sorcerer to charisma to wisdom. Adulting is rough. The theme of symbolism of the inward-looking eye is something that already exists. Watts' argument for charisma is force of will. I would think that willpower would be wisdom, but that's fair. If you have any issues with Artificer, I personally don't feel like the base class works with the whole idea of crafting. The crafting aspect's kind of weak in the Artificer, but I think it's fine. It's a senior in high school, and I DM 2 games, one for my friends, yeah. Oh, bonjour for Amato from France. Are people not still making Lord of the Rings references? I literally asked a ranger, what are your elf IC? Ever dip your toe into Warhammer? No, and I'm not going to. I can't afford to buy more minis. Remember those toys with the metal pins that would take the form of your hand? Yeah. Game table like that. That would be cool, right? Or it's almost like kind of the stuff we saw in like some of the Avengers movies where they had like the layout of like the towns and like the buildings were like and they like build up. That'd be cool. I miss playing D&D in high school. I'm now in a senior year of college, and I haven't been able to play for over the year. Push up from bottom, make kills and stuff. Yeah, very neat. My party ended up murdering one of their own player characters. What do you think of inter-party conflict? So inter-party conflict is a problem, I think. Unless everybody's having fun. But I try to avoid we're playing in an evil campaign. We have inter-party conflict. It's a thing. That's the whole problem. It's 4 people who have no reason to travel together other than the fact that they make more chaos together than they do apart. So, interparty conflict can be rough, and if that player feels like really singled out and like really bad about it and like not feeling good about it, then it's time for the DM to step in and be like, hold up guys, we can't, like, I'm not going to allow this. Let's take a break. Let's see. What are the last 3 video games I completed / sunk a ton of hours into? I don't get to play video games very much. Jedi Fallen Order was one that I played through recently and beat. I sink a ton of hours into Smash Brothers Ultimate because I play it every Tuesday before and after our D&D sessions that we stream. That's what we get before the game starts. We're playing Smash. After it ends, we're playing Smash. And I guess the other game other than that I've sunk a lot of time into recently was Bloodstained Ritual of the Night was the last game I remember completing prior to that. What about the Warhammer RPG? I haven't looked into it, but I mean, it's an option. Going off to college, we'll be hosting D&D games online. Any tips for keeping the group together? Schedule. Making sure you have a schedule and you know when you're playing. That's going to be big. Did any of the mysteries take place in Candlekeep? Yes, like 2 or 3 of them do. Court-ordered community service can be why the party is together. Favorite Smash Bros. Character? Oof. I haven't landed on one specifically. So if I go through the order, oh, thanks, Fry Mini. You're awesome. You guys, don't listen to him. You guys don't have to give me any money. You guys are awesome just for hanging out and chatting with me this Friday night. If I were to give you, I'll give you Smash Bros. Characters by game, and then I'll tell you where I stand in Ultimate. So it was Samus in 64. It was Marth in Melee. It was Marth in Brawl. It was DDD in Smash 4. And in Ultimate, I started off with DDD a lot, because I knew him from, Smash 4. But, oh no, sorry, Brawl, it was Zelda, actually, my mistake. So I've been playing a lot of Zelda, and I really like Zelda in Ultimate. I've been trying to get into Mewtwo for some reason. I've been digging on Mewtwo lately. And I also like Bowser as well. Yeah, I haven't, I flip around a bunch in Ultimate, and I haven't just really gotten a character that just feels right for me. So, yeah, I've been playing around. I've been doing Zelda, Bowser, occasional DDD now, not as much as I used to. Mewtwo. Pyra and Mithra just came out today, or yesterday, 2 days ago, whatever it was, and I just got to play them today, and I'm enjoying that quite a bit. Have you ever looked into the Darker Dungeons rules for 5e? I have not. Other than the stuff in the Monster Manual, or the DMG rather. For you, which spells work best on a Hexblade Warlock? I mean, Hex isn't bad, right? Shield. I think they have Shield. Is that one of their spells? I don't remember if they removed that from the Shield is useful. I like any kind of teleportation is always useful. Things that let you move around the battlefield, whether that be Thunderstep or Dimension Door. I can't remember if Warlocks can get Haste. Haste could be good. Breath of the Wild is good. I can't make that, or I can't argue against that. I mean, I don't play a ton of games on my Switch now. Ultimate's one, Pokemon. I just bought the Mario, the triple one that's 64, Sunshine and Galaxy, and Mario Kart, because this is something like my Armor of Agathis is good. you know, they're gonna stand to be in melee more. If you can get a scroll of Armor of Agathis rather than wasting a spell slot, that'd be big. Which class is the most underrated / least powerful besides Ranger? Do you think Tasha's Ranger fixed it? Tasha's Ranger is an immense improvement over what it was, which was bad. What's the most underrated, least powerful? Which class is most underrated? Well, if you go by my poll I put out today, Monk, because people don't seem to enjoy that very much. Have you ever thrown the evil mirror universe counterparts at your players? No, but I am that's one of the things in my ongoing kind of after our Rise of Tiamat campaign has ended, we've been doing one-shots post that to like continue the story to deal with loose ends. And they have simulacrums, basically not simulacrums, I guess clones, hag-generated clones of their characters that they don't know about. So I might get to do that. It'll be fun. Thinking on Hexblade and that whole idea, what are your thoughts on non-Hexblade Warlocks that's heavy melee? You know, it used to be the only way. You had the Pact of the Blade, and then like it was such an effort to be good at it. And then like Hexblade is just such a clear option. It just sucks because that's what you want to do. The stream, yes, it will be archived. You'll be able to watch it later. All 4 hours and 15 minutes of it, all available for you guys to check out after the fact. Like a D&D plus Pokemon Mystery Dungeon type game. I don't know. I guess maybe there just hasn't been a big enough ask for it. Yeah. Yeah, Barbarians seem... I like the Beast subclass. I think it has a lot of usefulness. I haven't played a Barbarian in 5e. Actually, I haven't played a Barbarian ever, so I start there. But most of the time, they just don't interest me enough. Because I've said this before, that I feel like... I like Paladin because it's a nice blend of martial and spellcasting. And there's utility things you can do with a Paladin. And I think that sits well with me, like having the versatility. Skydummer, no, there was just a ton of controversy. If you look it up, you'll see there's just a ton of controversy over the one puppet with the giant boobs. The internet was not happy about that. It's a very weird, polarizing topic that people were discussing. Ancestral Spear Barbarian is great. I mean, in our evil campaign, one of our players is playing a Zealot Barbarian, which isn't bad either. Yeah, so I like the Beast Barbarian because I think you can get away with some stuff by having like the tail to do reaction stuff. So I don't know. Primary's thoughts on Koji? You mean like the IS? I think it's an ISP, some sort of like it's an internet service provider. I think. If so, I don't know. I don't have them. I tried the Beast one in one shot with a couple levels of Monk and then Kokra. Oh, it's okay. The game system from Shadowversity. Way different than like the ISP that I thought of. I have not looked at it. I know he made it. That's on my list. I think that Session 0 is something that should be necessary. I think it helps. It sets everybody's expectations. I think that helps for sure. Any subclass types you think Artificer, Bard, Druid should get to catch up with the Almighty Cleric, Fighter, Wizard? I would like a animal companion based Druid would be nice. I think that could be useful. Not really sure how you go with Bard. Their college system is kind of funky. No gaming system. Yeah, I gotcha. Stealth Barbarian can die 15. Yeah. Good morning. There needs to be damage heavy barbarian that isn't just berserker to be kind of the antithesis to the super HP tanky bear totem. Yeah. If you were to write the PHB for D&D 6e, what would be the base races you would have? Yeah, plant druid would be another one people want to. What would be the base races you would have? Well, I'd probably have everything that you had in the existing PHB, because I feel like they cover a wide variety. But I would have more, like, sub-race options, which is most of the stuff we've gotten. And then I don't know. I mean, those are pretty standard races. Then the other stuff is kind of on the periphery, right? Like the turtles and the lizard folk and things like that. If you're playing a tabaxi, natural weapon claws in both hands, and you're holding a sword in one hand, no shield, can you benefit from the dueling fighting style? Yeah, I don't think your hands are considered a weapon for the purposes of dueling. Circular Shepherd is kind of supposed to be the animal companions druid. Yeah, but I don't like that they're not permanent. They're like, they show up and then they're gone. College of Veterinarian Bard. Yeah, Azamar makes sense, right? If you're going to have Tiefling, you should probably have Azamar too, to go both, you know, and Angel and Devil, if you will. If you had only one dragon mini to keep, what would it be? I could only afford one, and I'm thinking about the new WizKids Adult Red Dragon. If I could only keep one, oof. I mean, I really like my Sapphire Dragon a lot, because it's unique. But out of the adult dragons, yeah, I'd probably keep the red one. Any tips on dealing with a Moon Druid as a DM? Surprise them. Hit them before they transform. Or have an enemy cast Moonbeam and transform him back. Because that works. Angel and your Devil, yeah. Any race you're disappointed, underwhelmed with buying D&D? Well, the 5th edition, or I guess it's really the 4th edition Dragonborn, and now the 5th edition Dragonborn, compared to the Dragonborn race, which was a choice and a transformation you would undergo back in 3.5 from Dedication to Bahamut. No, I don't feel like Tiefling horns are designed to be functional like a Minotaur's are, so I think they're fine. They're just cosmetic, really. Lae'zel and yeah, well, Lae'zel will convince you otherwise, so I get that. Do you think WotC will ever add an addendum for gem-themed Dragonborn? No, they're just going to leave Dragonborn in the dirt like they have the whole time. Because that's how they roll. It's dumb, but that's just how it is, folks. I've got a good answer for you. Yeah. I mean, there's a whole thing. If you look back to older editions, Tieflings didn't even have to have horns, right? They could have had, like, glittering skin. And it's all part of the lore behind Asmodeus and the Toril 13 and shaping Tieflings in his image. And there's a whole big lore bit behind that. And that's why Tieflings all look like quintessential devils. They used to look they have a variety of different designs. And it's because of Asmodeus that they look the way they do. So, you know, a lot of animals too have low dexterity depending on what they change into. So dexterity-based AoE spells can probably knock them out of animal form pretty quick. You know, folks, I'm thinking I'm probably going to get to closing this. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning here. We've been at this for 4.5 hours. So I think I might call it a night. I got Florian to go put down some coffee to get. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for hanging out. So many of you for chilling with me tonight. It was really awesome to have so many of you here to talk to. Definitely warms my heart to have so many people, wanting to just spend their Friday night with me, which is wild. Yeah, no dog race. I will check my video on races I want in 5e. There's a dog race in there. So, anyway, thank you all so much for watching. And I'll see you next time.